Remember, Jeffrey may be joining us sometime this morning. He may be caught in traffic like half of the rest of Atlanta. So the first item on the agenda today is to discussion of proposed rule. Then we'll go into the Attorney General's report, and we may alter the agenda a little bit after that. Can I ask how many respondents are here today to respond to the violation cases, potential violation cases? So there are a few. Okay, thank you. So the first item on the agenda today is a discussion of proposed rule petition, and the original rule that was presented and was put on the agenda has been withdrawn by the petitioners last week, and the petitioners presented a different rule for the board to consider, and it really is a two-page list of a couple of definition changes in the code. And so what you saw on the agenda is not what you're going to be hearing today. We've agreed, or the chairs agreed, to allow them to present their proposal today, their new proposal that was presented to this board last week, I believe. And so if the presenters would like to come to the podium, Sally, who's going to start for y'all? Jean, Sally, Michael, who? We're going to start. And we would ask that you please keep it to a reasonable amount of time. Sally, that's not 30 minutes. So, well, that's we'll debate on that. If you would introduce yourself, please, for the court reporter, and we will allow should I get this volume fixed? Allow y'all to make your presentation, and then the board may have questions for you. Is anybody else going to present besides the three of y'all? Just the three? Okay, great. Ms. Grubs?
Good morning, board. First of all, I would like to thank you for giving us this opportunity and in the set time. My name is Sally Grubs. It's SALLEIGH and I'm from Cobb County, Georgia, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning. And I want to thank you.
Let me ask one thing. Does the board have copies of the new rule that was proposed, or the new definition changes?
Whatever we have.
We add these to did we add them to the notebook? The definition changes, they were sent out via email last week. It's 53 and 54. It doesn't.
I mean, it's this.
See, I don't. Yeah, what you have in here is not good anymore. Sally, why don't you give us, is there a place to make copies? Why don't you print copies? It's just a two-page document. So Sally, why don't you give us 5 minutes before you start? Let's get copies to the board so the board can have those in front of them. Do it. Good.
So,
Let's go ahead and hear a couple of these cases while we're with respondents here. All right. All right, so we're gonna do this.
here's everything with the code sections. It's in here together. Is this what they need? Yeah, let me see if I've got. Jen, do you have one that does not have the code sections with it? Do you have one without the code sections? Maybe. That's the one that I brought. Should be both to. That's it. This one here. This is.
I do apologize. This was a last minute change. The recommendation has been made that the board, consider voting on hearing this since it was a last minute change, that occurred, and Member King, Member Gazal, the chair would, consider a motion at this point.
We accept the move that we accept the petition, the changed petition, and hear the revised version today.
We have a motion to accept the revised petition here today. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Member King. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of accepting the revised petition hearing it today signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. We will hear the revised petition today. If you'll give us just a minute or two to make sure we can get copies to everybody. Yeah. Yeah, I have mine. Yeah, we don't need all that.
Just hoping, because that's like 60 pages.
Yeah, she knows it's on a few, I think she's getting a copy from,
Those 2 pages are.
she got. It's only like 60 pages.
Yeah, we don't need that. To let them look at the notes. What they want. Writing all of it. Oh, here they are. There you go.
Stats.
I have a copy. Oh, just. A copy from Rick too, if he shows up. All right, Ms. Grubs.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mills, did you have a copy that I can have back? Please. Thank you so much. So again, my name is Sally Grubs, and I'm here in my personal capacity. I am the first vice chair of the Georgia Republican Party. But the first thing I would like to do is commend the board. I did watch with great interest the board meeting yesterday, and I watched every bit of it from beginning to end. And I would just like to say that I know it's a little spicy in the beginning, and we always like spicy, you know, it gets our interest and gets us engaged. But by the end of the day, what I saw was a board that was working together to move through the cases and to accomplish a goal. And I think you all deserve a great amount of credit. And you all have a lot of tenacity. And as a Georgia citizen and taxpayer, I appreciate the fact that at the end of the day, your goal is to do what's best for Georgia and the citizens and to do what's best for voting in the state of Georgia. So thank you very much. I hope everyone will watch to the end of the story and not just judge things based on a short period of time. So thank you for working together. And it's in that spirit that even though I'm a diehard Republican and I once told former Representative Sam Teasley, I'm so conservative I squeak when I walk, that I have decided to join with a couple of Democrats on this rule proposal. And the rule proposal is very simple. It's just defining a couple of words. And I think we can all agree that in the period of time that we have lived in this country, we have seen the very definitions of words become very important and very distinctive when it comes to legal actions and things like that. We've seen it here on the board when it comes to certifying elections and, going back to Bill Clinton, what is the definition of the word is? I never thought in America that we would get to the point where defining words like that. But we also find it very necessary, particularly with elections, to define what words mean. And so it was in that spirit that I decided to join with Jean Dufort, who's the chair of the Morgan County Democrats, and Dr. Michael St. Louis, who will present as well, to come up with the building blocks of what we need to get back to. Sometimes you just have to get back to the basics and define what things mean, because left to their own device, sometimes, people will twist the meaning in the words and things like that. And so let's just get back to the basics and let's just define what the two words impossible and impracticable actually mean when it comes to elections. So that's what we're here for today. You now have the copy of the rule proposal, and playing devil's advocate, as I like to do sometimes, I ask the question, what would give us the right to enter definitions? That's what I was prepared to come against. But there's longstanding history that, number one, the state election board does have this authority because despite the fact in the recent eternal vigilance case, with some of the issues that the Supreme Court came down with, I'm very proud to say that at least my rule survived the test of the Supreme Court. So, it is something that you do have the authority to do. And again, playing devil's advocate, I went back and looked at the history of some of the rule changes. And when you go to the election board's website and you look at the rules and regulations, and you can see the genesis of making rules and, when rules were made, when rules weren't, and that kind of thing. It kind of hurt my feelings a little bit that it was attacked as, that you guys couldn't do your job because of rule proposals. And that is extremely absurd. We did see that come out yesterday that, moving through cases is an issue, but rules are not standing in the way. And that's one of your primary goals and objectives as a board, is to promulgate rules. That is in the code. And in doing some research, I went back to an official opinion by then Attorney General Thurbert Baker, official opinion 2005-3, that really went through a lot of the distinctive differences between the Secretary of State and the State Election Board. And it lays it all out very clearly. Now, a lot of that has changed with, 202. So when it comes to the involvement of the secretary, however, there is much of that that is still in effect, and you all are the proper body to help enter these definitions. So there are rules that have been made. It's been long established. And so there's nothing earth-shattering that could cause the involvement of eternal vigilance or any other group. All we're saying is, we're not asking you to make a decision today. What we are saying is, allow us to have that debate, allow us to have that conversation of the meaning of these two words. So since it is a last minute change, I can go through and read it if you want me to read it so the public can hear it, or I can just let Ms. Dufort go ahead and proceed with her presentation. Okay, so she's going to cover it, and the last thing I want to do is be redundant and waste anyone's time. So I am going to turn it over right now to Dr. Michael St. Louis, who will come and give his perspective.
Thank you, Sally, and thank you, Board, for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Michael St. Louis. I'm a DeKalb County voter and poll worker. I'm also a pediatrician, and next Tuesday, I will proudly retire from a 40-year career as a medical epidemiologist at CDC. In that role, I was constantly researching and assimilating cutting-edge science and translating science into public health programs in the U.S. and around the world. I worked extensively with health information systems and was a senior author on CDC's Guide to Health Surveillance, which has been the most widely used textbook worldwide for health information and surveillance. My unanticipated plunge into the world of election systems started with the race for DeKalb County Commission District 2 in 2022. District 2 being my own district. One candidate was declared the winner, but another candidate noticed that the precinct at which she and her husband had voted recorded 0 votes for her. That specific outcome led to a review of ballots. The late review of one candidate failed to be systematically replicated across the county's ballot marking devices, or BMDs, so that multiple ballot types were deployed across the county with inconsistent BMD recording of the location-based vote on the screen when one name was either removed or not, as was variable across the county. A hand count of the printed names yielded a different winning candidate from the machine count, but without any validation that the printed names were a more accurate record of voters' intent than the QR codes that had been initially counted. Again, with all the claims for logic and accuracy testing of our election equipment, this massive failure of a vote count went undetected other than for the extreme edge case of a 0 total in a particular voting precinct that one of the candidates. If that candidate had received 30 or even 2 votes in that precinct, she would probably not have challenged the outcome, nor had any tangible basis for making a challenge. In reality, we have no idea who won that election. And the GBI refused at that point to do a forensic audit to understand exactly what happened and therefore be in a position to guide future operations. It was this catastrophic but undetected election outcome, undetected again, other than being a weird edge case of a 0 precinct total in a race for my own county commissioner that led me to begin looking closely at election systems in Georgia and the US, and to be profoundly concerned about the systems we use. It led me directly to appreciate how important key definitions are for when the use of election equipment as programmed becomes impossible and impracticable. State Election Board has a terrifically important and extremely challenging job, and we citizens are all, or should all, be very grateful for your service. This has been a time of great partisan tension, so I am especially pleased to be able to join with my Republican and Democratic colleagues to bring this petition regarding simply defining several key terms in the election code, and to do so on a bipartisan basis. Recognizing the tremendous challenges you as a board have faced in recent petitions regarding rulemaking, we have tried to restrict our petition to simply defining key terms in the most careful, conservative, and non-contentious way we could, all very carefully aligned with Georgia and federal election law. Concerns are frequently raised that the SEB must work within the guidelines of law as established by the legislature. Agree and ask only that you allow for the publication of our petition to the record so that it can be, number one, opened for public comment for both citizens and election officials. And number two, be referred to the appropriate oversight committees in the Georgia House and Senate so that any issues and concerns from the state legislature can be directly vetted by them rather than self-censoring by the SEB for such potential concerns. Please allow this modest set of draft definitions of key terms to be published for consideration by the public and the legislature, recognizing that only after 30 days would you actually have to vote and act on the substance after having gotten that critical input and guidance. Thank you. And I'll turn it over to my colleague, Jean Dufort, for a detailed explanation of the proposed rule.
So, with the plan maker goes to the week that's on this and so we can be along as we let's see.
Thank you.
Morning. And I'm going to reiterate Sally's thanks. We're all grateful to you for being flexible along with us in figuring out what is the best way to address this important issue, which is how do we get to an ease and comfortableness of use with the backup balloting system? I'm Jean Dufort. I am the chair of the Morgan County Democrats, although I'm here in my personal capacity. And I'm also a member of the leadership team of Indivisible Georgia 10 and a volunteer with the Coalition for Good Governance. We're here this morning to consider adding definitions for two key words in the statutes governing the backup balloting system. Georgia election code has included a backup balloting system for decades, since at least 1964, and very likely before. The legislator has ensured that no matter how we vote, we have a backup balloting plan. Here's what the law says. In 21-2-281, it says voting by paper ballot when use of voting equipment is impossible or impracticable. That's the header. And further, in any primary or election in which the use of voting equipment is impossible or impracticable, the triggering words, for the reasons set out in Code Section 21-2-334, the primary or election may be conducted by paper ballot in the manner provided in Code Section 21-2-334. So, of course, we've got to go look at what 334 says. 334 again has the headline, voting by paper ballot when use of voting machine is impossible or impracticable. And it says, and I've read this 10 times at least, and it's a very run-on sentence. My English teacher would not approve of this sentence, but this is what the legislature gave us. If a method of nomination or election for any candidate or office or a voting on any question is prescribed by law, in which the use of voting machines is not possible or practicable, or in any case, at any primary or election, the number of candidates seeking nomination or nominated for any office renders the use of voting machines for such office at such primary or election impracticable, or if for any other reason at any primary or election the use of voting machines wholly or in part is not practicable, the superintendent may arrange to have the voting for such candidates or offices or for such questions conducted by paper ballots. In such cases, paper ballots shall be printed for such candidates. And it goes on. The rest is probably not super important. In the era when these laws were put in place, we have to think back. Who's lived in Georgia at least 30 years? Okay. So Georgia counties back in the day chose how to conduct elections, and a variety of systems were used as the primary method of voting. Punch cards, optical scan ballots, mechanical lever machines, and hand-marked paper ballots. My friend Mike Bracewell was the probate judge in Morgan County for quite a while during those days, and he was in charge of elections. And he tells really funny stories about get-togethers of election officials, and particularly for training sessions. And they had different rooms for different counties, and sometimes people wandered into the wrong room and they were completely confused. You know, local rule, home rule in Georgia lives on. But more than 2 decades ago, after the infamous hanging Chad controversy in Florida in the 2000 presidential election, Georgia did move to a uniform system for voting in state and federal elections, selecting first DREs and later BMDs as the primary voting system for in-person voters. But guess what? Notably, even though they made those changes, big changes, they kept the backup balloting statutes in place. They could have said differently, but they didn't. Because with elections, the show must go on. You always need a backup plan. The legislature said the backup voting system is to be used when the primary system is impossible or impractical to use. The sole example they cited focused on building ballots, but then they added for any other reasons. Pretty broad. What you don't see in 21-281 or 21-2-334 is the word emergency. It's not there. Legislature did not say emergency. For any other reasons was not limited to emergency by the legislature. That language was introduced by your predecessors, none of you, but your predecessors on the state election board, in rulemaking in 2019 into 2020 when we were introducing the new system. And the use of that word emergency significantly has changed the common perception of when and why the backup system should be used. Look at Exhibit 1, if you would. The top is what I read a minute ago, what the legislature said. The bottom, Rule 183-1-12-0.11, conducting elections. This is a bit of that, right? And look at C and D. That's where emergency comes in. Now, it is interesting because C says emergency and kind of gives examples of impossible things. I would argue D, which is the 30-minute voting rule, right? If lines are longer than 30 minutes, then you can do emergency ballots. I would argue that D is an attempt to sort of think about what's impracticable. Good morning, and I'm not sure if you got one of these handouts. Hopefully you did.
There you go. Yeah.
Difference, right, between what the legislature said, what the legislative intent was, and where rules took it in 2020. Not nothing, but much more limiting, a reframing. So without having definitions for impossible and impracticable, we are left with this kind of confusion and lack of consistency and uniformity. Any one of us with a military or a business background understands that effective backup systems need to be clearly understood and easy to implement when circumstances require. You need to know when and why you should trigger them. The rules proposal before you simply begins with defining impossible or impracticable. That's it. And it's way overdue. Today, we're asking you to vote to put these definitions into the next step of the rulemaking process, a period for review and comment by the Legislative Oversight Committees, super important for that, but also by election officials. Some of us were in Savannah last week, and again, election officials talked at the Blue Ribbon Commission meeting. And their consistent message is, we'll do whatever you want. We're going to get it done, but tell us what the rules are, please, right? Tell us what the rules are. So this is as much an ode to those election directors as anybody, right? Making it be common sense. Once you have that input, you'll be voting in the future on whether to adopt the definitions. And defining is a core part of rulemaking, not just for this body, not just for the state election board, but for all the other boards in Georgia that are charged with making rules. Defining terms is an important part of that. There are definitions in other sections of your rules and in board rules across the state. If you want to look at what I've labeled Exhibit 2, this is the work, again, largely that was done in, this was literally the work that was done in 2019 over into early 2020, right, for defining things. So if you look on page 2 of that, you'll see where it begins. There's a whole section of definitions. And it replaced, by the way, a previous section of definitions. So this is continuing on a normal practice. If we're going to run elections and we're going to have stuff, we should define what that means. So I would posit that it's not a hard concept at all to accept that the defining things, even under color of the recent Supreme Court decision, defining things is a core part of how you make rules so that the rules can make sense to everybody and you can get to uniformity. The definitions we offer promote uniformity, and they're a gap-filling function as approved by the Supreme Court in the Eternal Vigilance case. The use of paper backup ballots is authorized by statute when equipment use is impossible or impracticable. But the statute doesn't define those terms for us to provide a method of specific compliance with the law. This definition begins the framework of being able to provide that guidance with clarity and with uniformity. So step 1, it is a non-controversial thing that we have a backup balloting system, and we've had it in place for 60 odd years in Georgia at least. established by the legislature, supported by rules. And step 2, you have the authority and duty to define important terms. So that gets us to the substance of this, is what about those definitions that we're asking you to do? And let's walk through it. Now, this one is a little bit harder to read, because what we've done here in this handout, let me get to it. Here we go. Exhibit 3. Exhibit 2, here we go. Exhibit 3. Exhibit 3 in black type is our proposed rule. In blue type is the reference in the law. So if we have something and we say we're citing this in the rule, we just cite it, right? But I thought it would be really helpful for you to see the language of what the legislature said as you're thinking about why each of these pieces is in this. So, you know, when we look at this, if you go back to the middle of the page, which is where the rules actually are, right? One, what is voting by paper ballot when use of voting equipment is impossible or impracticable? So we start with, what does impossible mean? This is the section for impossible. Well, 1, substantial mechanical or electronic failure, rendering the equipment unable to operate as designed. I think we would all agree that makes use of those systems impossible. Pretty common sense. All right. Loss of essential power or failure of internal data transfer functions required for operation, including but not limited to memory devices or device-to-device communication without timely restoration. Our primary system is an electronic system. If these things don't work, you can't use it. So impossible. Damage, destruction, inaccessibility, or seizure of equipment by fire, flood, or other emergency. Again, pretty easy to understand. You can't use electronic stuff if it's been flooded or damaged, right? Okay, now we get to 4. And this is where I think it is important to go back to the original legislative intent, that for any reason, and also consider what the constraints the legislature put on the primary system, because this next part is not as obvious under the definitions, under the rules we're currently working with, because they're emergency thinking rules, right? Operation that would violate federal or state law, including or not limited to A, vote verifiability. So here, look in the blue. The electronic ballot marker section of code says it's got to print an elector verifiable paper ballot, right? 21-2300A. It's got to be a format readable by the elector. 21-2379-6. Produce a paper ballot which is marked with the elector's choice in a format readable by the elector. And then we go to the U.S. code, because first we're in Georgia code, now we're going to U.S. code. And look at A1. Permit the voter to verify in a private and independent manner the votes selected by the voter on the ballot before the ballot is cast and counted, and provide the voter in a private and independent manner to change the ballot or correct any error before the ballot is cast. And the rest is about making sure that if a voter has double voted, that the system will kick it back out. So those are the reference points to come back to, where we say A, vote verifiability, failure of the system to allow each voter to read and verify in human readable format the official votes on the ballot she or he intends to cast as required by. Does that make sense? So what the short version says in A, which is the rule we're proposing to you, is supported by all these pieces of text in blue right after it. Okay? The second, now we go on to the next reason why it might be violates federal or state law. I want to keep reading the exact language because we have gotten in so much trouble by changing words. We don't want to change words today. We want to be precise. Ballot secrecy, failure of the system to be reasonably possible of being deployed in a polling place to protect the absolute secrecy of the ballot as required by OCGA 21-2-379, all this stuff, right? Let's look at why we're saying that. Well, start with the Georgia legislature. Permit voting in absolute secrecy, so that no person can see or know any other elector's votes, except when he or she has assisted the elector in voting as prescribed by law. And also, electronic ballot marker, the definition, get to definitions again. Sometimes the legislature provides definitions. One of the key definitions for the electronic ballot marker system prescribed by the legislature is to allow the voter to privately mark a ballot at the direction of an elector. And then we go to the Constitution. Georgia has the most strict privacy rules for a lot of things among all states, and particularly in voting. Paragraph 1, the method of voting in the Georgia Constitution: elections by the people shall be by secret ballot, okay, and shall be conducted in accordance with law. So those are some pretty important citations for why that is part of this impossible statute, right? It's impossible to do it without violating the law. That's why these things are in the impossible side of the equation. You know, you could do it, but you would be violating the law. And we really don't want to promote, you know, it's possible, but it's illegal, but okay, go ahead and do it. The election directors would be super grumpy if this board tells them that that's the way they should roll, especially since you guys wind up being the judge and jury when they violate the law, right? They want you giving them guidance on this. The other, you know, sections here really don't need a whole lot of explanation, right, as it relates to impossible, because any other circumstances, we come back to that same thing the legislature said, for any reason, right? Other circumstances where operation of the equipment is objectively infeasible despite the exercise of reasonable efforts. Or 6, a condition in which the system or material number of units in the polling places can't be operated in the way the system was intended, including but not limited to failure to display ballots. I have a story about that. And then VII, the determination by the state election board that the voting equipment in question does violate state or federal law. And again, I think the Grizzle decision is probably the backbone of your acting as an adjudicating body when it comes to law. That's why you had all day yesterday and why you're looking at possibly even more meetings through the end of the year, because when people don't follow the law, they answer to you. That is one of your important jobs, right? So that's why this makes complete sense to suggest that you're in this loop too, together. This isn't something happening to other people that you're just passive observers to. You are active participants in making sure that the conduct of elections follows the law in every way. So what's impracticable then? Here's what our laws, our proposal of definitions say. It means in the context of applying OCGA 21-281 that we talked about, that the intended use of specific voting equipment, although not strictly impossible, cannot reasonably be carried out without jeopardizing voters' ability to cast a timely, secure, accurate, or secret ballot. Circumstances constituting impracticability include, so again, we go back to equipment malfunctions resulting in wait times likely to prevent voters from voting within statutory polling hours. The folks who sat on the board before you put in 30-minute wait times as a trigger to go to the backup balloting system. So this has been consistent for a while, that if voters can't just come in and do their thing in a reasonable amount of time, that can be a reason. We're borrowing from that. Recurring errors that undermine accurate recording or tabulation of votes. Safety or security conditions that prevent the practical setup or operation of equipment. And then again, we come to ballot secrecy. Ballot secrecy, the practical inability of the election officials to arrange units deployed to protect the absolute ballot secrecy, and the inability to conduct strict compliance with statutory pre-election testing. Now, this is a new one, right? Ballot secrecy is so important. We've put it in both impossible and impracticable because we think, given You all have been to lots of polling places across the state, I'm sure, in the conduct of your job. Just like Georgia is 159 counties with one's 1 million voters and one's 1,000 voters. Try to compare State Farm Arena to the little cinder block houses down in South Georgia. One size fits all is challenging for election officials and challenging for rulemaking. So we can envision, and ballot secrecy is our constitutionally protected right in Georgia. So that's why this is showing up twice. You might say one time it's impossible. You might say one time, well, it's impracticable unless we, build more buildings. Or one person said, close all those cinder block things and make everybody drive 30 miles, which Sarah, you and I would have some real objections to, right? We'd be jumping up and down if somebody was proposing that. Okay, but V, inability to feasibly conduct strict compliance with statutory pre-election testing requirements, including OCGA 21-2379.25, requiring testing of every position on every ballot style in all electronic ballot marking devices where such testing is infeasible. Will it surprise you to know that since we adopted this BMD system, we have not been following that law consistently and absolutely. We have not been following that law because it would take an insane amount of time to follow that law. What we literally do in every county, as far as I know, instead of testing every ballot style, every position on every electronic ballot marking device, we take a ballot, think of all the questions and all the candidates as, position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way down to whatever, 1,000 on any ballot. They line up 10 machines. They test the first candidate in the first race on machine 1. They test the second candidate in the first race on machine 2, and the third on the third machine, and the fourth, and then cycle. So it is random chance. You have a 1 in 10 chance, actually, literally, because you're rotating 10 machines. Some counties do a bigger lineup than 10, but in my example anyway, a 1 in 10 chance that you're going to discover something that's wrong, like Mike described, that actually happened in DeKalb County, that there was a problem, right? The positions were off. There was a problem. But if you're only testing 1 in 10, that question on 1 in 10 machines, you don't do what the legislature said to do. It's really that simple. I'm not here to I can advocate for the saneness of what they did, but I don't need to. They said it. We should follow it. And we're not. And we're not because it would add a huge, huge time burden to the project of logic and accuracy testing. But when people say, don't worry, we do logic and accuracy testing, things won't happen, think of DeKalb. It did. And think of the shortcut we're taking routinely. We're taking risks. We're taking risks that the legislature didn't ask us to take. Let's put it that way. And then the other two are, use of the equipment would cause undue delays, disenfranchise, compromise, and again, a determination by you. So I know that's kind of skimmed a little bit fast, but that is a summary of our rules as measured against what the legislature said. Which I think if we've learned anything from the Supreme Court decision and eternal vigilance, it is pay very careful and literal and strict attention to what the legislature has asked us to do. And we have been faithful in writing these proposed definitions, in doing that and coming forward to you and showing you how that is true. I had a personal example of the impracticable thing too, by the way, that I think is useful to help you think about it. Because this is what a poll manager did in real time. On election day of 2020, when polls opened up across Morgan County, my county, and I'm a poll watcher and I also manage our poll watchers. So I had contact with people in all of our 5 polling places. It was COVID. When the polls opened, voters came, they checked in, they got their ballot access card, they put it in the touch screen, and nothing happened. You should have been there seeing, like, they'd look up, they'd look over to the desk, they'd put it in, take it out, like I was doing with my remote on my TV last night. Like, it's got to work. I know it works, but it wasn't working. It wasn't working. So within a minute or two, the poll manager came over to those people, could see what the problem was. She had her card, her supervisor card, hanging around her neck. She knew the punch code to put in to bring up the right ballot style, because a voter gets only the one for theirs, but a supervisor has this super card. So she'd put it in, she punches it in, first voter, happy voting, goes to the next machine, does it again, goes to the third machine, does it again, and then just kind of looks up at the line that's growing and realizes two things. If this is our system for presenting the ballot to voters for any amount of time, the lines are going to get crazy. But also, I, as poll manager, can't be doing anything else except doing that all day. And I have other things I should be doing. So she just signaled over. She stepped away from it, said, give me just a minute, stepped away, talked to her assistant, said, open up that black bag down there, got her stack of hand-marked paper ballots, the emergency paper ballots, out of the stack. Everybody had been trained. They knew what to do. And they started telling the voters, they told the voters that had cards that didn't work, come on back if she hadn't activated it. They handed them these hand-marked ballots. They handed them a Sharpie. Everybody voted. You want to guess? So that started at 7 o'clock when the voters walked through the door and they checked in. What time do you think the first voter walked out of the door? Any guesses? 7:15. That fast, that transition happened because they were trained and because there was a clearly understood plan in place for when it was possible for her to keep doing it, but she judged it was impracticable. I think that gives us a good working example. And by the way, they went back to the touch screens a little later in the day. I think just before noon, the final polling place got squared away. It was something that the tech had to do the circuit riding and do something manually to the machines and get it going. So that's that. So step 3, right? We talked about step 1. Do we have a backup balloting system? Absolutely, yes. Can you make definitions? Absolutely, yes. And 3, are these definitions anchored in what the legislature prescribed to us? And we would propose yes, but our opinion is only for the purpose of persuading you to keep the conversation moving, right? Take it now to the legislature, take it to the committees that oversee election matters, take it to let them take it to Leg Council, take it to voting advocacy groups and citizens, and take it to the election directors group and say, do these definitions make sense to all of us, right? Now you're going to listen to the lawyers and the legislatures on the interpretation of law more than the election officials, but you're going to talk to the election officials about practicality and impracticality. So the whole point of a backup system, a need the legislature recognized more than 60 years ago, is to ensure that voting can continue no matter what in a legally compliant manner. These definitions add important clarity to the backup system and help ensure that when the need to use it arises, authorities will be able to act swiftly and decisively in a manner consistent with legislative intent. We're trying to make sure that the first rule that moves into consideration and moves through that process post the Supreme Court decision is pretty unassailable. And we like to think that we put you in a position for success, but let's talk. So we're happy to answer any of your questions. Or Sally wants to talk, and then we're going to do questions, I guess. Sorry. Yeah, but she's batting cleanup and lead off because she's so important to this group.
And I always love being here. And I'm not going to take any great amount of time. I think Ms. Dufort has done an excellent job in presenting the reasons why and laying it out properly with what's already in law, with what the history is, why it's important to have this done. And I wouldn't be a good Republican if I didn't stand here and acknowledge what happened with Charlie Kirk and why I feel like this is such an important thing to do in a bipartisan way, because elections should be bipartisan. We should not be up here trying to give an advantage to one side or another at all. And that's not what I'm about. I want every Georgian to have the right to vote, to have the right to vote reasonably, but also what you're doing here with these definitions is something that is also important to candidates. You know, as I go across the state and I talk to people and I meet with candidates and elected officials, particularly with the Blue Ribbon Committee, it grieves me in my spirit to know that a lot of these candidates sacrifice their time, their talents, their treasure to step up and run for office only to have a very imperfect system. It is not right to people who mortgage their houses, their properties, that go out and knock on doors and raise money and have events to come out and go, you know, like as what happened in DeKalb County and has happened many, many times, and a lot of times that we've never even discovered, simply because, not to bring up that certification issue, but 5 days is a very short amount of time to discover issues and then go back and try and salvage something, or when it comes down to a small number of votes where every vote counts and every vote should count. And I think when we saw the devastation that happened in the state when the hurricane came through and just decimated South Georgia, I mean, I have a friend here today who, you know, when we couldn't even look at Augusta and what happened in Augusta after the hurricane came through. And guess what? We had an election going on. And these election directors had to go through and come up with a way to vote where election centers and precincts and, you know, it was a state of emergency, but emergency has a different meaning than what constitutes impossible and impracticable when allowing people to exercise their constitutional right to vote. So I am actually very happy to join with these two to come up with a solution to enable you to do your jobs and for you to do what's fair for candidates and for the public at large. So thank you for the opportunity. Again, for any questions, please, I'm sure you'll have some. So y'all go ahead.
I appreciate that. Y'all are trying to, you know, come up with some definitions of things. And every time I think about defining something, I go back to Bill Clinton trying to define what the word is, and, but I want to, for the audience sake, let them know exactly what happened with the history of this rule so that you understand. Some time ago, we received the original rules proposal that was submitted to the board. And then on the 16th, 8 days ago, Ms. Dufort presented these new definitions in lieu of the original rule proposal. And Ms. Grubs agreed to it on Sunday of this week, I believe. We got the email that she was agreed to it. And when the original rules are actually 2 rules that proposed, one by Ms. Grubs, one by Ms. Dufort, and they were substantially the same when I read through them. So I contacted the parties and asked if we could just combine those 2 rules and only hear it once as opposed to hearing both rules. And they agreed graciously to combine the rules. So we only had to do this one time. And then when we got the new proposal this last week, I contacted them and I wanted to ensure that they were throwing out the original proposal and we only had to deal with these definitions. And I got confirmation of that on Monday that, yes, we are just dealing with the definitions. And that's why the board just received all of this today, but it's all in emails. So that's how we got to the point to where we are today. Concerning these rules, the original proposals I had sent to the Office of the Attorney General for review and their opinion on it, and we received that opinion last week, which you can ignore now because we no longer are considering those. But
It might come back.
Pardon me?
Just save it.
Okay. And just this morning, I gave the AG a copy of these new proposed definitions. So they haven't had a chance to opine on them and give us their opinion on them yet. So, or anybody else, frankly. I do want to ask some questions, if you don't mind. So under the impossible, starting with the impossible, it says unlawful under federal or state law. And you go down and describe that under section 4A. And I wonder if that doesn't conflict somehow with the current use of the QR code, because you're describing each would be able to read and verify in human readable format the official votes. And we know you can't read a QR code. And so is it in conflict with using the current QR codes? And I understand the QR code is supposed to go away this July.
Right.
Maybe not, depending on what the legislature decides to do with that.
Well, first of all, we're here today to talk about whether these definitions make sense, whether without any outside controversies of any sort, would these make sense? So if you can,
But if
so
you're asking,
I'll answer your question, but I want to make sure we all understand the framing, right? That any intermediate controversies would not get in the way of you wanting to have clear definitions. It is not up to us, certainly, to advise or determine for you what is the place of QR codes on the ballot. SB 199 is the law right now, but it's if I can borrow our words, it's an impracticable law because it hasn't been funded. And to do that in a way that preserves our use of the current touchscreens requires a time and effort that is both expensive, but also requires the machines not to be in use for a period of time. So we would believe that the window has passed to be able to do that. So I'm going to answer that in a straightforward way for you. Yes. But in putting these rules into public debate, whether it's Ledge Council or the Attorney General's office or whoever, we're not asking you to make that determination now. We're simply asking you, can you see in what the legislature has already prescribed that this is a reasonable definition, that they have already in advance, before they knew about BMDs, before they even knew about DREs, right? They said these things need to be true. And then when they brought a BMD system and they said these things need to be true. So all this says is in compliance with law. We're not telling you what the law is, but in compliance with law. So it would seem to me, when you can see all these ways in which the legislature has prescribed an election system that complies with law, including the for any other reason, but they're explicit about these particular laws, ballot secrecy and the ability to review. They're explicit about that. Yes. Does it seem to me we have a problem and have had a problem for a while? It does seem to me true that we've had a problem. But in the absence of a definition, we haven't even been able to have an intelligent conversation about how to move forward.
great, I understand.
Does that
And
make sense?
I mean, that's kind of what we're doing, is throwing these
Yeah.
questions. So to me, for me, that creates a little inconsistency though with QR codes. That one comment
Yeah.
there.
Good point. But what would you do about it?
Well, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that.
A lot of people don't know
But
the
it
answer to
creates
that.
an inconsistency for me, okay? The, on the next line, under circumstances where the operation of the equipment is objectively infeasible despite the exercise, no, that's not it. Ballot secrecy, I'm sorry, ballot secrecy. You're right. I mean, I've gone across the state and watched voting, and some places are very large and you can separate them. Some are very small and it's difficult to, do that. And my question is, who decides that issue on whether it's reasonably possible to be deployed in a polling place? I mean,
Well-
who makes that decision? Because
I think I'm
every-
looking at you, right? Because this
But-
is the board that,
no, but
that
this
decides
board,
that.
this board can't go to 2,900 polling locations.
uh-huh,
We can't do that. And
right?
when I was traveling around the state, when I would see that maybe there wasn't enough secrecy, I would talk to the poll manager. The poll
Right.
manager would try and manipulate, but that's almost impossible when you're in South Georgia and you've got a 10 by 10 room or 15 by 15 room, and they don't have any other options. They don't have a room
Yeah.
this size. And so the question is who, that's just a question in my mind. I don't expect you
Yeah.
to answer that, but who,
Do you see that exception in what the Supreme Court tells us is important, or what the legislator said is important? They don't say try, and if you can't, that's okay.
well, that creates an issue. And we dealt with that issue yesterday in a case about, one of those being, I think it's a little subjective for people. And I think that it really puts limitations on polling locations. And, as long as we're using these machines, and that's something that the small counties will have a real hard time, even larger counties, because Fulton County had problems in some of their locations dealing with,
Oh, I saw a nightmare in a Rockdale County precinct that wasn't because of a space constraint. It's just plain how they set it up. You know, picture these big old churches
Right.
with the big windows. From the parking lot, you could see straight through to them.
Oh, I was in a location in
So,
Gwinnett County and I got
it-
10,000 steps going from location to,
Yeah.
to,
But the point is,
Yeah.
when you read the law and you read the Constitution of Georgia, there aren't exceptions to it based on, you know, this size polling place or that. There just aren't exceptions to it. It's pretty clear. So again, the test is, the question today is this a reasonable way to define this here in the law, or do we leave it fuzzy? Because
this was the definition
your
of this.
description is an exact demonstration of the problem that
Yep.
we're facing right now, right?
My next, under circumstances where the operation of equipment is objectively infeasible despite the exercise of reasonable efforts by election officials. Give me an example of that.
I'm sorry, I'm catching up with you.
It is,
Are we in impossible or impracticable?
it's on the first one, impossible. V.
Let me just get to it.
It's under the ballot secrecy.
Yeah, I see it, right? So that goes back to, I think, my example I gave you, right? It wasn't impossible for that poll manager to keep encoding one touchscreen at a time with her super card, but it would have created consequences that, in her judgment, made it infeasible. And so she, I think correctly, the reason I think correctly is because A, it was in the procedures, and B, she kind of got lauded for it. And there was another county. Do you remember Spalding? Were you here when Spalding's case was heard? Okay.
Probably.
I think it happened in Spalding the same time. And effectively what Spalding said was, go home. We think it'll be fixed in a few hours.
Yeah,
So Spalding wound up in front of this body on charges because they didn't revert to the backup ballot system. In Morgan, Jennifer Duran, a good election director who tries to do everything by the book, she had her people prepared and she said, this is plain common sense. And so that's what, you know, you could almost call it in some ways like the common sense election directors clause, right? It gives them the, like, we can't possibly define every possible reason. And the legislature didn't try. Remember, the legislature said one example about what is I call a ballot building example, when you can't fit all the questions in one place. But then they just said, for any other reason, for any other reason.
Yeah, I'm always hesitant to approve anything that allows for inconsistencies because then you have personal judgments made and what one person think is indefensible, or
Yeah.
infeasible, another one says is feasible. And so
They want these
the board
definitions.
sits up here and tries to decide which one, which one is right, and it's, so that to me
Yeah.
is a little open-ended.
Okay.
Under the next one, 6 VI, a condition in which a system or a material number. What's a material number?
You could define it if you want. You could add a definition to define it.
I mean, it's
I mean, that's the rabbit hole we go down, right?
a
Is you-
material number for you is going to be
Mhm. Could
much different than a material number for me.
Could be.
I testify all the time about what's material, what's a material number of
Right.
incidents in a
That's right.
certain restaurant chain, you know?
That's right. And again, cinder block polling places that might have 50 voters in a day, and State Farm Arena, right? So trying to, you can go down a rabbit hole with reasons why you're not
Yep.
gonna do this because it's hard or it might leave some loopholes, but you're closing some of the biggest problems of dispute in doing this now. And you may be leaving one or two things that are not absolutely defined because 159 counties with this wild thing, you can't do that. You have, your stores probably have I don't know, I was in the department store business a bazillion years ago, and we had like the store that took up the entire city block in Chicago. And we had what we called like D stores or Z stores, like the smallest ones. You didn't do exactly the same thing in every place, but you operate under the same principles. And that to me is the purpose of definition, to give people the framework and the principles.
I
Because
promise
if you're
you,
trying
all
to
of
control
ours-
something, there's not one size fits all.
All of ours are substantially the same.
Are they?
Yeah, absolutely.
I like whoever thought that up, because that makes operations a lot easier.
Yep. Yeah, I just want Ms. Grubbs to know that I want her to know that I actually looked at this and read this. I'm asking all
you.
these questions. So,
I can see that.
all right. On the next one,
Yeah.
VII or number 7, my feeling here is that the state board, the election board, does not have the authority or the expertise necessarily to make that determination. And it's beyond the scope of our powers. When I look at what our powers are in this book here,
Uh-huh.
I don't see anywhere where we have the power to determine that the voting equipment in question violates state or federal law. I can't find that in here. So if it's in here, I'd like you to show me that where this board has the ability to make that determination. I see where a court might or somebody else, but
Yeah.
that to me is something beyond the scope and powers of this board. That's my feeling.
Gritzel made it very clear that you have a duty to enforce the law and a responsibility to enforce the law. So is your concern, how would you know? Is that really what you're asking?
Well, it's just whether we have the expertise and whether we have the authority to even do that. And to me, this deals with the conduct of elections or conducting elections.
It's in that part of the code, yeah.
Right. And we don't conduct elections. The state board does. The state board adjudicates cases. The state board writes rules.
Right.
When we're allowed, the state board provides education, but we don't go out and conduct the elections.
You don't.
You
You
know,
hear cases
but-
every day
But to me,
about people that
Right.
that are charged with not conducting elections
when-
properly.
when we're telling the county though, under this, that they can't use the voting equipment because it violates state law,
Uh-huh.
to me, that's us conducting the election in that county.
Are you enforcing the law?
Well, we're conducting the election. We're making a decision that's conducting how they affect that election in that county. By saying you can't use the voting equipment, you have to use paper ballots, backup ballots. And that's my opinion of that.
Well,
So that's just my concern, okay? On that one.
Who would, from a practical standpoint, if you're the enforcement body, if that's, I mean, you spent all day yesterday,
Yep.
more or less, on enforcement of
Adjudicating
laws and
cases,
stuff,
right.
adjudicating cases.
Yep.
So you clearly do weigh in on cases that involve the conduct of elections all the time.
After something has occurred,
Mhm.
but
Okay.
here you're being proactive and saying you can't use those machines because they violate law. And we're getting into telling a county how to conduct the election. In my opinion, when we say you have to use the ballots, the handmarked ballots, you can't use the machines, it
Yeah.
violates law. And where do you stop then? You know, in my opinion, the board may feel otherwise, but in my opinion, we don't have the authority to do that. So
So it's not the definition that concerns you. You don't see a clear path of authority for you to enforce this part of the election law.
Yeah.
But you do have the authority to enforce other parts.
yes, yep.
And
so-
so this body did march into Athens, not you all,
Mhm.
in early 2020 and had a day-long hearing. I was in the room and decided on that question of whether Athens was right or wrong in the manner of invoking a backup balloting system. So there's precedent, at least, in the actions of the prior
Was
people
that
that
after the
sat on it,
election?
that they accepted it, huh?
Was that after the election?
No, it was right as early voting began.
Okay,
It was in the middle of early voting, actually. So I'm just saying from a behavior standpoint, there didn't seem to be a question of the members who sat on the board at that
it
time
was under the Secretary of State.
that that was when the Secretary of
Yeah.
State was the chair,
Right.
not you. But it was the state election board, right? Is there a law that changed after the Secretary of State was no longer the chair?
Well, you know, it's kind of an interesting question because at that time, the Secretary of State was charged with conducting elections and adjudicating cases.
I know,
So it was
I remember.
a different situation than we have
Yeah.
now, where we have a totally separate board from.
But it was the board that sat in a room and sat in judgment and heard testimony and asked questions. It was the state election board that ruled and threatened fines and negotiated what changes would happen. So they'd pull back fines. It is, this board in its own action and behavior suggested that they do feel like they're able to hear the evidence and make a decision the same way you do with other types of potential violations.
Okay, let's go to page 2 under impracticable. Pretty sure I've never
This
used
is
that
that
word in
much
my
more.
life.
You can ask him.
Under
I'm the
I-
school girl. I'm just going to try to.
Under I, equipment malfunctions or shortages resulting in wait times likely to prevent voters from
Uh-huh.
voting within statutory polling hours. What about voters that are in line after polls close?
Well, the extensions of inline is part of the statutory polling hours. I think that would, I'm not the lawyer here, but there is statute that extends it for people that are in line. So I don't think that's a problem.
Okay. Under 2, recurring errors, once again, how many?
So Joseph Kirk, one of your friends, right? A good election
I have
director.
no friends.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Except
Joseph,
Sally.
who has appeared before this body a number of times and who people rely on as one of the people that is serious about elections and also about explaining to people how things work. I have heard him say, is Joseph here? Oh, you're here. I've heard you say a number of times, my guys are instructed that on the third complaint about any particular machine, we take it out of action. And you may adjust that policy, or you may correct me, Joseph, if I didn't represent it correctly, but I would propose to you that, again, 159 counties, there is no uniformity in that, but also you can't find in the law any guidance to them. You can't find it anywhere in the rules, any guidance to the election directors. So just putting this in to tell them you can do that is a big step. He is, in a sense, being very entrepreneurial when he tells his staff, if there's 3 complaints about any one BMD, pull it out of action.
You know, I have the same comment about number 3, number
Okay.
4, number 6, and it's just that a lot of this is just open to interpretation. And I understand and appreciate the fact that you're trying to define or create some definitions, but I also find a lot here that's not defined and can create a lot of inconsistencies for this board to deal with. And then last, again, the number 7 is the same thing with the state election board. I just don't see us having the
You're
authority.
questioning that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I hear you.
my opinion. So
Okay.
the I lastly, this obviously greatly expands language in 21.2.281 and 21.2.334.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I've stated this many times. My opinion is this is not a legislative body. It's I let the legislators do the legislating and let us do what we're supposed to do. It, other board members may feel differently, but I wonder if it's hadn't been contemplated by the legislature and they hadn't put it in law and statute, would we greatly expand upon what they've written? And that's just a concern that I have. So I will now open it up to everybody else. I think I've monopolized enough of time on this, but Sally, I did read this. I want you to
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
and consider it carefully. So, Member Gazal.
Thank you. I would take a little bit broader look at this, because I read impossible and impracticable under 334 and 281 to be exigencies. So circumstances that cannot be anticipated. To back end into the definition, immutable characteristics of the system is not congruent with my definition, what I believe the legislature means by impossible or impracticable. Because what we're doing is we're substituting our judgment about these immutable characteristics of a voting system for that of the Secretary of State, which was directed by the legislature to choose a system, and a system that had been certified by the EAC. So we are substituting our judgment for that of the Secretary of State, the legislature, and the EAC, and the law doesn't allow that. I mean, I agree with most of the definitions here, but once you start talking about the characteristics of a system that has been in place and has been blessed by the legislature, it goes beyond what we can do. You're barking up the wrong tree, y'all. I mean, this won't come into force until mid-November. So the only time this would actually be implemented would be for any special election. So a county would have to switch the system 2 weeks later, right? It would come into force for a special election for Senate District 6, for instance. according to the timeline. So the counties that are conducting elections on November, whatever, would have to switch the system immediately if the determination was made that this applies and we have to move.
Yeah.
But my bigger point is the legislature is back in session in January. They are actively contemplating whether or not to change the system.
Yeah.
To back end through rulemaking levers that would allow us to make that determination is just simply not appropriate. And you can't,
Yeah,
this
so-
really is apples and oranges.
So I at the end, maybe I began to hone in on what you were saying because you were confusing me, frankly. Is it the VII, the determination by the state election board piece that you're narrowly concerned with?
It's any immutable characteristic of the system cannot by definition cannot be part of a definition of impossible and impracticable, because my read of what the legislative intent with those terms is that those are exigencies. Those are circumstances that arise that are not anticipated. So we can't say, well, this system is impossible because it's the immutable characteristics of the system just don't fit in a definition of impossible or impracticable.
So when we've proposed a definition and then given you the plain language of the law that it's anchored in, what I'm hearing, and I might be just confused, which is why I'm sort of talking funny, right? What I'm hearing is perhaps the suggestion that even though this is clearly what the legislature said, as it relates to voters being able to verify their ballot, and it's not just the Georgia legislature, there's federal statutes in also, as well as the Constitution, and ballot secrecy. Are you saying, even though that is clear, it's a clear mandate from the legislature, that because if in the case, let's put it that way, if in the case we were using a system that didn't comply with the law, but we were using it and it had been certified, therefore those parts of the law didn't matter? Like, is it okay?
I'm saying
I'm confused about this.
You can't back end that into definitions of impossible or impracticable. You can take it to court and say this system is illegal because it violates these provisions of the law and these provisions of the Constitution. It's this method of trying to ban it by back ending it into definitions is just not, it's twisting the law. So if you think this is illegal under these provisions, take it to court. That is the appropriate venue.
Well, it depends on what you're doing. A HAVA complaint, for example. Guess who hears a HAVA complaint? Ask me why I know.
If you think the system is illegal.
You know, in the States, a HAVA complaint is heard by the Secretary of State. And we did that. Right?
Right.
And of course, Ryan Germany said, yes, you prevented evidence, but no, it isn't illegal. But we're getting off track here, honestly. We're really getting off track. And I swore I wouldn't get dragged into this. What if in the future? Because that's not what we're here for today. We are here today to say, look at the discussion we're having right now, right? What is okay to be impossible and practicable? That's really the discussion we're having. Do you not think that's being repeated sort of every day all throughout the system? We clearly need some sanity to that. We clearly need some definition. It is too important of a concept. And when we have a backup system that the legislature says, for any reason, we will stay stuck in that debate forever unless we at least begin with some definitions and then put them out to the people you're concerned about, to the legislature. And they might come back. Their input could come back and say, don't do this, please. We're going to do something. That might happen. But how will we know if we don't put it to them, right? And in the meantime, you're moving forward with what is clearly a gap in the system, or we wouldn't be even having this conversation, right? If it wasn't a missing link. What is impossible and impracticable? That is literally the nature of this discussion right now.
Member King? No, Member Johnston? Are you sure?
Be my guest.
I haven't talked to you directly, I don't think.
Thank you very much for the presentation, but all three of you. Really appreciate it. Question for whoever knows the answer. How many BMDs are used in Georgia for an election, for a general election?
There's close to 40,000 in the system now, as best we can tell.
Right.
They're not all in use for every election.
Correct. How many BMDs would be used, would be required if hand-marked paper ballots were used?
Well, HAVA requires that at least one accessible voting station be in a place where a voter goes to vote in person. So the list of polling places is sort of a constantly changing number, but let's call it 3,000-ish,
2,900 to 3,000.
you know?
Okay. So I find it more interesting. One is the question about impossible and practicable is my fellow board member has her opinion about what that definition is. You've tried to create your definition of what that is. And I find that it's not in the code book as far as under the definitions for the statutes. And as you know, it's not in the section for state election board rules.
Right.
So it does, you know, if that is what you're most interested in, to me, it begs the legislation rather than a regulation approach to the definition. Because the 21-2-2 is where the definitions for the statutes are. Those are legislated, and
Some are. You know, some
Correct.
definitions are
And some are in the
and some are
rules.
in the rules.
right.
Yeah.
But the statutes come first,
Right.
and the rules come next, follow to
Yeah.
clarify the statutes. So that's an aspect that I just wanted to share my opinion with. Now, what I'm more interested in is the phrase, any other reason. Any other reason
They
is
served you up a tough shot.
is in 21-2-281 and 334. Any other reason. Now, the elephant in the room is the reason of the voting system altogether. And the other reasons involve such topics as legality. What you mentioned in a roundabout way, you're talking about the definitions and use of the equipment, but the legality of the system, whether it's compliant with HAVA, whether it provides ballot secrecy, whether it is a voting machine that the voter can verify their choices. And also the issue about whether it's an auditable system. The other reason is what you mentioned also, audit and testing. And I had the impression that you said Georgia is taking shortcuts in logic and accuracy testing that is not consistent with what the statute requires logic and accuracy testing to be. And it's no surprise because there are 40,000 BMDs to check with
And a lot of
logic and
ballots done.
accuracy before every election. True?
Well, we test whichever machines the election director feels will be put into use. So, and that's an important caveat. We
Correct.
don't use all of them in every election.
Correct. And there are issues of, you raised the question about malfunction with regards to the use of the definition and moving to a paper ballot. Malfunctions could occur with paper ballots too. They could print up the wrong ballot. They could code the optical scanner wrong, and it could misread ballots. So malfunctions can occur with both, and they do actually. Transparency is another issue with the voting system as it is right now. The average person doesn't know what's in the QR code that's being fed into the tabulator. So we have a paper ballot that has some print on it, but that's not what's tabulated today and now. The QR code is tabulated. So that's not transparent for voters. And now there's this new concern about EAC conformance. And EAC conformance has just raised additional concerns with the issue of Windows 10. Microsoft Windows 10 will become obsolete or not supported anymore by Microsoft in 3 weeks, the first day of early voting. In 3 weeks. Microsoft is on the record that their operating system will be considered outdated and not safe.
But it's Georgia. We had been using the DREs for years after that wasn't supported anymore also. So there's that.
And the EAC just provided information that there are 5,700 documented vulnerabilities with critical flaws that have been documented already with Windows 10. So we're using a system that is using an operating system that is now going to be no longer supported by Microsoft. It has 5,700 documented vulnerabilities, and we're counting on locking some doors into an election office or thousands of little plastic security ties to prevent access to the voting system and the equipment that could be hacked or misused or breached. Okay. So that is a concern. That's a serious concern. But we're talking about definitions. I'm sorry, and
No, it's okay. And I would say to
I
Sarah's point,
digress.
right? The debate about what the primary voting system should be is not up to this body. It's not up to the rulemaking thing. That is up to the legislature, right? But they put constraints on it. And since the 60s, at least, the legislature has said there has to be a backup system, and it should be used for this one example and for any other reason. And it has also said, here are some of the things that any voting system has to do. It has to protect absolute ballot secrecy. It has to be verifiable by the voter. The voter has to be able, if they recognize problems, change it privately, right? Those are absolute statements by the legislature. They weren't talking about, necessarily in all of the times they said that BMD or DRE or this or that. They were just saying any system has to conform with that, right? So I don't really understand how it is controversial that when you're defining what the trigger words are for a backup system, it's not controversial we have a backup system. When you're defining the trigger words, that you go back to what the legislature said and you restate those conditions. Now, down the road with those in place, there can then be debates about, does this meet this or does that meet that? But that is not what we're here to do today. But I will suggest you can't have an intelligent conversation that can move forward besides talking over one another's heads if you don't have some agreed upon definitions anchored in the law. That's the proposition of, that is why did we want to change at the last minute, this thing? No, but we did the responsible thing. We put some rules in front of you that made sense to us at the time, that we vetted at the time, but then we continued to consult with people who were very good election lawyers, who were very familiar with the Supreme Court holdings, right? And when when this idea came up, I can still remember like how my brain fought it for a bit, right? Oh, why don't you not do all that? Just get your definition straight so that you have a framework for conversation and decision making. And that made sense to me in the end. And that is why we took the risk of saying to you, will you allow us to let you consider this first? Get to some agreed upon definitions that are absolutely anchored in the law. If we were being asked today, if you were asking me today, I disagree that, 2127 blah, blah, blah doesn't mean what you said in A. That would be one conversation. But I'm not hearing you say that. I'm hearing from some quarters, if we say that out loud, that this is what the legislature commanded us to do for a voting system. If we say that out loud, that will lead to controversy. That is not a good reason to not recognize in rulemaking, in definitions, that this is what the legislature said.
Okay, I think the legislature has some work to do, and the use of the D Suite 5.5A Dominion system was it was one of the earlier models of the Dominion voting system. It's now 10 years old, and and the operating system on it is that old or older. And so that's a concern. And the other issue is SB 189 that has been passed that says that the QR codes are not to be used next July. If for any other reason, I'd say, this isn't any other reason. Or maybe there's an emergency because we're running headlong into this. We're on the train headed toward July 1st, 2026. And what are we going to do about it? Or who's doing something about it? We don't conduct elections. The Secretary of State is the chief election official for the state. And I would hope that there had been some plans or some actions or some process in play since that was passed well over a year ago. So, but we don't conduct elections.
Here we are.
We don't decide the voting equipment that's used. Although we vote every election, about a third, absentee voters are voting on paper ballots. When the line is, or the delay is longer than 30 minutes, we expect our election workers to pull out those emergency ballots, paper ballots, and use those. So there shouldn't be a fear or a reluctance or a refusal to use paper ballots when they're needed. But all these other questions about the Dominion voting system, and I haven't even talked about the disable feature that they have, that the system can be set to not count votes for a candidate. I find that absolutely astounding that we have a system that can be set in an election that won't count votes for a candidate, and that the candidate might not know. And those votes will be reported as undervotes. So it's hidden in the reports. And the other issue about manual entry of votes in the election management system is another, serious concern, and whether it's done, whether it's reported, who knows about it, who's providing oversight of that.
So, Dr. Johnston, I really appreciate your observations because you're actually making the point of why we need the definitions of impossible and impracticable. So thank you for aiding us in making that point. I realize that this body is stuck in this. It's very hard because, when we get in that feedback loop of what your authority is and all that kind of stuff, let's address the other elephant in the room is the Secretary of State is in charge of conducting elections, and he is now a candidate for governor, and he is going to be the one making decisions on how to conduct elections. And y'all are cowering back saying, oh, it's a legislative thing. We're scared. Don't make me go in the dark room by myself. When you need to own your authority and you need to take the bold step forward to say, we are a legitimate body. Our duty is to promulgate rules and regulations, which definitions fall under your authority of promulgating rules and regulations. You owe it to the citizens of Georgia to ensure as fair elections as you can. You don't conduct them. But we now have a Secretary of State who is a candidate for governor who's conducting elections. I don't see that he's stepped down yet. And in that gap and in that void before the legislature meet, because you know as well as I do, when the legislature meets in January, they're going to say it's too soon to make any of these adjustments before the May primary. And the general election is an extension of the May primary. So we're going to have candidates at risk because you guys are going to be too afraid to follow the prescription of the legislature and giving you the authority to do what you need to do. And I realize I'm being a little bold right now, but for my goodness sakes, you have just enumerated a tons of reasons of why we need to define impossible and impracticable. And at the very least, we're just saying, you know what? Start the process. Let's work through these things. Let's have the conversations and let's see. And let's have the public's input on it. Because otherwise, if you shut us down today, you're saying and especially at the Blue Ribbon Committee in Clarksville, what stood out to me is there is an effort to delegitimize this body, and that's not fair to the citizens of Georgia. And I'm not going to have it.
You understand the process is if this board votes to initiate rulemaking procedures, then this goes forward as is without any changes at all. And the board would vote on this document. So there's no more discussion on changes to this document after this.
Correct.
And that
I think somebody decided you could put commas and things if you decided. the
very,
grammar was
very
wrong.
minor,
Yeah.
very minor changes, but you
Yeah.
couldn't change we couldn't
That's
take
right.
out paragraphs.
This is the substance as it goes
Right.
forward. And if you discover substantive changes you wish, then the clock will start all over again with a published revision
Right.
in
So-
30
so-
days or so.
So the question is whether you want this document to go forward as is, or whether you want to work with members of the board and try and perfect it to where some of the concerns have been raised today can be.
It's always my personal desire to work with the board. I think that when we shut down conversation and when we shut down, all I can do is hear your words and read your body language and see where this is going. And so it's not the first time that I personally have been up here and heard this is up to the legislature. I personally have met that test with the Supreme Court. So I'm fully confident in, the fact that you all do have the authority. Now, if you want to discuss, some kind of an adjustment or whatever today, fine, let's do that. But what I'm hearing and what I'm, when I'm getting the body language is this is for the legislature. Let them deal with it, move on. When we've heard plenty of reasons why we do not need to do that.
Sure.
Yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say, it just took me off, I'm sorry, go ahead. Oh,
First, I absolutely appreciate seeing the bipartisan connection there. I hear you, Sally, because, I don't think anyone is confused or it's lost on them that I tend to be one that feels like we do need to step into our authority a little bit more. But before I go into that, I want to make sure I understand exactly what you're asking. And then secondly, I want to make sure the public understands why I believe we're here. I feel like we keep playing this game of hot potato, right? It's like, we don't want it, let's throw it over here. Then they don't want it, so let's throw it over here. And I feel like the removing of the QR code was a very weak, in my opinion, attempt to silence people who were upset about what happened in 2020. I don't think there was ever a plan to actually remove it. Personally, this is just my observation. I don't think there was ever a plan to put something in place in order to prevent where we are right now. I honestly think that the thought was that by doing this, everyone would just kind of shut up and go home. And then we can go back to resuming our politics as usual. We'll let the people who decide who gets to run, the people who decide who has the power behind them, who's a part of the secret clubs and all the other stuff that's running around here in Georgia. I think they thought that this was just we're gonna go back to normal. And having been on this board, having been behind the scenes in politics for now almost 15 years, I must say that it is frustrating. I'm tired of hearing what we can't do. What can we do? At some point, we got to talk about what can be done. That being said, I have major issues with where we are right now. Dr. Jan mentioned the Microsoft situation. I mean, that's going to impact this coming primary if it's not addressed. The legislators are going to focus on what to do about not having this QR code in January. And then we're going to have a normal primary. And then all of a sudden after the primary, we're going to change up the election process for the general. That's weird. The ballot secrecy. I mean, we heard a case in Paulding County just yesterday about the concerns with people being able to see people's votes on those large screens. I don't need to define whether or not the ballot is secret or not. I mean, I think we've all walked into polling places and saw people voting on their machine, and you can clearly see what they're doing. So that's already a problem. Verifiable, being able to read what's on the ballot. I mean, we could talk about this a couple of different ways. One, I mean, you need a magnifying glass to actually see it. Two, there's no way of really confirming that what the QR code is reading is what's printed on the paper. So that's major issues. I hate that we're here because it's a repeated cycle of people that we continue to elect to do nothing. And that is the real problem. Is that we have a bunch of people who are wearing titles and little pins and running around and doing fundraisers and dinners and all this other stuff, but they're not doing their job. This should have been done and fixed a long time ago. That's a huge frustration of mine. I do think that there is an emergency in front of us. I absolutely think that. And the bigger problem, and this is where I want to make sure I'm interpreting what you're saying correctly, is that it sounds like what you're seeing is that there's a major problem that our election officials are going to run into. And they're not going to have the support within the code or the law in order to do what's best to address it.
Or the direction.
Or
Because
direction.
remember, you guys are supposed to do training and to make sure people are educated. And you don't even have the basic tools to do that.
Right.
You don't have access to Firefly. You don't have a mass communication device. You don't have a proper independent website. You don't have the tools to do what you need to do.
Mm-hmm.
And yet you've got election officials out there that they're listening to these NGOs and outside organizations when you're the body to do that.
Right. No, I totally agree. I think the problem let me go back to this. So what I'm hearing is you want to give our election officials what they need to do their job in case our elected officials don't do their job. That's pretty much where we are. Is that if our elected officials can't go in there and find a way to fix this problem within a couple of months right before an election, we're going to have election workers that are going to have people that's going to walk in there and say, I would like to use an emergency ballot because according to the law, the ballot that has the QR code on it, it's not accurate. It's not qualified as an actual ballot. It doesn't constitute a legal ballot. That's how people are going to feel because we're talking about a bunch of interpretations. So then you're going to have election workers that's going to be wondering, what do I do now? How do I fix this situation? And we get a bunch of calls, and then you're gonna have and we're gonna be right back here listening to cases, right back here arguing and debating the same thing, and we're gonna go through another 5 years of foolishness. At some point, we've got to put a stop to this craziness and this hamster wheel that we are on. I'm tired of talking about it. Good Lord, can we fix the problem and move on? All the public is asking is to be able to write on their own ballot and submit it. I don't understand how this is so complicated. What is going on?
It's complicated, Ms. King, when people have agendas, when money's involved, when outside influences are involved, because you're right, it's not that hard.
Yeah, it's crony capitalism.
It is not that hard
That's
to
a major
give
problem.
the citizens what they need and what they want. And you have, I mean, for anybody who hasn't paid attention and been watching these election board meetings and looking at moving through the cases that you as a body are allowed to move through, because I think we've learned based on yesterday that you're not even aware of you don't know what you don't know at this point in time.
Right.
So when you're moving through these cases, you are seeing consequences of a bad system.
Mm-hmm. And bad processes. There's
That's
no reason
right.
why we should be listening to 50 cases about taking a picture of your ballot. I mean, clearly the public is not being educated, but that's a whole other conversation.
And
So-
that befalls this board. And it also befalls this board to make definitions to enable, I hear all the time about our good election workers, and you know what? They're great election workers. There are also great people who work in factories and do dirty jobs all across Georgia. We have a workforce that does a lot of things, and there is a lot of stress on election workers because you've got the outside influences. I mean, when I heard the one case of the woman, who wanted to go in and vote on a hand-marked paper ballot, she did not want to vote on a BMD. She wanted to use a Sharpie. I mean, you had to hear that case. And then the double voting case out of Hall County, where she wasn't sure if her vote counted. I mean, you've got all kinds of issues that you have to listen to and go through. And if we can do something to narrow the scope of what constitutes impossible or impracticable, what's the problem? I mean, we constantly, and I appreciate Member Gazal's earnestness to want to go back to the legislature, but if we're going to allow this body to be bullied by eternal vigilance, then I hope somebody out there with a very deep pocket goes after every single administrative board in the state of Georgia with a fine-tooth comb like they're treating this board. It is no coincidence, in my view, that eternal vigilance chose the election board to do what they did and question the authority. But you guys can't be afraid. I mean, if you can't step up to the plate and to do what was prescribed, like I said, I referenced the Attorney General's opinion from 2005, which a lot of those laws have changed, granted, but the purpose of this board has not changed. There's another agenda, which is to delegitimize this board. I saw it firsthand. You guys need to fight back and own your authority. Take your crown, put it on your head, and walk proudly in what you do for the citizens of Georgia, and do not be afraid of what's going to happen. And unfortunately, we do have the situation with American Oversight and Dr. Johnston. It is appalling and disgusting that she's not got proper representation.
Mhm.
And toward that end, I understand why you would be afraid. I understand why you might not want to own it, but you need to own it. And if you want to, looking at this, getting back to the purpose of why we're here on looking at these definitions, if there's something that concerns you that you want to make some adjustments or whatever, let's have that conversation.
Mhm.
But let's do what's right for Georgia.
So I'm clear. What's on the table is
Just the definitions.
You're correct. Yeah, I
Just
was
the
getting
definition.
so I'm clear. What's on the table right now, what we're actually debating is that we have some board members who feel like this is a legislative decision, and there's some board members that are trying to figure out if there is an avenue where we can support it.
Yeah.
Should we support this rule today, it will then go to the legislator's attorney, right?
Mm-hmm.
It will go to the AG. It will go to the public.
The oversight
And-
committees of the
Right, so
legislature.
we were not deciding that this is going to happen. We're just deciding to allow it to be put out there.
Yep.
So that people can kind of pick it apart, talk to us about what we can and can't do, and even get some support from the
Yep.
attorneys with the House and the Senate, correct?
The problem is that if we initiate rulemaking procedures, then we have to vote on this in 30 days or the next meeting.
Correct.
And any changes that need to be made would start the process all over again.
That's right.
Yeah, I get it.
So
So
we-
they're aware of that, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, we're
That's-
absolutely aware.
yeah, that's,
Right.
And that's not
But
something,
we're also aware of hunting for another month or 2 months, really. It's what, 2.5 months is your next
Yeah.
scheduled meeting as announced right now?
Right.
Hopefully that'll change,
Mhm.
but think of the impact on election directors if we only begin to put these standards in place. The conversation starts in December, and then 30 days now we're at best January, and we're moving into the system. So we feel like, odd numbered years are very good times to clean house,
Mhm.
right? And this is to me a cleanup thing. Listen to the controversy we've just heard for the last little bit.
Yeah.
There is a big debate in Georgia. There is no doubt about what is the primary system? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it different? There may be outside forces. We have an executive order. We have the AC doing things. We have, who said, bring lawsuits. We have some clear cases where there is a real concern that some aspects of the current system might not stand a legal challenge. So if you do nothing right now, if you don't add some clarity and that begins to get us towards, I do real estate, right? You have to agree on some of the basic things before you can get to the big yes. I see this as one of the basic things, right? And if we can't start that now, we are putting folks like Joseph Kirk at higher and higher risk of some bomb dropping in the middle of 2026
Mhm.
without good clarity, without good standards, because this impossible, impracticable, and for any reason language dates back to the 60s. It isn't about the BMDs.
Yeah.
It's about any system we use.
Or what
And the
comes forward.
legislature has had multiple chances to change that, eliminate that. And they said, no, we need a backup system. And here's our language. I just proposed to you defining under the current understanding of everything, what is the standard as grounded, all that blue stuff. This is what the legislature said. So this is what your rule says, your definition says.
I will say I can't commit.
It's controversial to me.
I will say that what I can't commit to supporting it after 30 days. But what I can
No one
commit
can
to is that I don't see a problem with putting it out there and seeing what type of feedback we get back. I mean, the ball has to continue to move. We can't just stop here. And that is something that we can do as a board, is to say, you know what, I don't know if this is something we can or can't do. However, let's put it in motion and see what type of feedback we get back, and let's make a decision that's based on that. That's where I stand.
I wish that this had been put in motion earlier because we could have corrected maybe some of the concerns we have with it prior to coming before the board, but we didn't have time.
apologize for the
I know.
lateness on my part.
Yeah, I understand, so, but I wish that we had this a month ago, that we'd been able to kind of talk to y'all about and make some revisions and all that. It
Yeah.
really kind of, been able to send to the AG and all that. And I, if you're looking at a time thing, if we approve this today and then the next meeting, vote no, and it starts the whole process over again, and then we're into late, the quickest way to do it would be to stick it out there now without voting on it and let people make the corrections they want to it. I can't support it as is because of a couple of reasons in there.
Yeah.
But
May I make a
could
suggestion?
I support a version of it, with some things possibly, but
Yeah.
it's as it currently stands, I could not. Yes, Sally.
So what do you think about possibly giving it 2 weeks with a date certain in which we can go back and forth and make improvements or exchange ideas over those 2 weeks, and then bring it back at the next
In December?
dedicated meeting? Because I think you're probably going to meet more quickly, possibly.
The board had, three of us have discussed having another business only meeting so that we can pack a lot more cases into the December meeting.
Mhm.
So I haven't discussed that with y'all. We have discussed potential for that, so.
So perhaps if a board member would move that you have a meeting within the next 2 to 3 weeks, over the next couple of weeks, we could work together to address those concerns more definitively and make any adjustments. Listen, when we were discussing this idea, one of the reasons that I was late in committing to it is, you're always looking, and especially in a particular political environment, you're always looking behind the scene like, has Jean really got a knife behind her back and she's about to cut me? And so, I'm just kidding,
now-
metaphorically speaking.
No, I got a tongue lashing from several people last night after our Morgan Dems meeting finished over what I was going to do my morning with and who I was going to be standing next to. So we get it on both sides.
We get it on both
I
sides.
understand that analogy.
Yeah.
So we had to, I had to be sure that I was fully on board with what we were doing. And once I was on board, I was on board. So yes, I apologize for it being late in being submitted. But here's where you can be bold. Say, Sally, you know what? Over the next 2 weeks, we're going to discuss it. We'll resume a meeting in 3 weeks, and then we'll represent a unit. Because look, we want to be unified. We want to be on the same page. We can work through those things with you and come back with it's time to make the deposit.
That's strike number 2 against you.
It's on silent, but that alarm. But we can come back possibly. Is that something that you would be willing to consider as a board? And would you be willing to move to do that?
As long as there's.
I would tell you that the AG has been notified of it today. They'll have a chance to opine on it in the next few weeks.
Well, as a candidate, I'm sure he would love to have rules of impossible and impracticable.
Yeah, and the board now has a copy of it and you can discuss your issues with whichever board member you would like to in the next couple of weeks. And then as a board, we will decide if we want to have another meeting coming. Like I said, Dr. Jan and Executive Director and I were talking about that yesterday, potentially having another meeting to do business only stuff. So we'll figure out the dates and times behind all of that at some point. So.
Mr. Chair, I also think we should request an advisory opinion from the counties as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I would want Gabrielle to weigh in, and I would want different,
Now you love you some
So-
Caprio.
but
But I really am confused about that, right? I'm a big collaborator. But the process of publishing them and getting the clock started and having those conversations, like,
thing.
let's examine like what's what. You might get through the 30 days and people are reasonably on board. Nobody's going to agree with absolutely everything, but we might be able to have a consensus around it, in which case now we can move forward. If we delay another 3 weeks before we even publish anything and pre-consulting with people, and then you publish it and then they have another bite at the apple, I don't see how you get to a yes in any reasonable time frame. I can really see how we can arrive at next summer and still not have rules in place and have these forces dancing around us of what did the legislature do? Will the governor sign whatever they did? Does the executive order have teeth? And we may need a backup system. That's kind of my thing, right? Like, why would you not want to strengthen your backup system with all the controversies floating around? I'm not here to say the primary system is good or bad. That is not today's business. We all have opinions about it, but that is not today's business. Today's business is, do we act now in a way that's legally compliant to strengthen the law and to start that conversation and go get those opinions? I'm, if the will of the body is to talk about it for a few weeks and commit to a meeting and do it, we'll live with that. But is that not just another polite way of kicking the can down the road?
that's actually the quickest
making
way
the
to do it.
finish
If you
line
want to-
longer.
That's actually the quickest way to do it. if
You
you can
know.
do it. Frankly, I mean, if this board voted it down today, it's dead. If this board voted to initiate rulemaking procedures, it probably won't be heard until December again for an official vote, because it's 30 days over the next meeting of the board, which then pushes it out there. And I tell you, I can't support it in its current form. I would like to see some alterations to it. I don't know what the other board members will do at a time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think for me, the best option is to is to take a look at it and revise it and make it acceptable to people. So
Yeah,
right now.
Meeting on it before December 2nd. That's what's worrying me.
Well-
To take the start of the 30-day clock out to December, early December, pushes it into next year.
There's 2.5 months before the next meeting is scheduled.
I know.
Well, you know, so that's
It's early December,
60 to 75 days.
which pushes you into January when you have, maybe, when you have a meeting, and who knows when your first
So, no,
meeting of the next
if
year.
the
will
board
be.
met before the December and was able to do it, then you could official vote on
If
in
you can
December.
meeting sooner, that's my
Well, I-
big
we're not-
concern is looking at the election clock.
I understand.
And the impact on election faces.
Thank God. Jesse, did you pull that?
transparent.
For the following.
For
Later than.
no later than no later than the 29th of October.
Ooh, we could do a costume party.
No later than the 9th of November.
No later than the 29th of October.
Our schedule is the 9th of November, no later than, because it's that's the date that it has to be heard by
I get it.
to get on the July meeting. Okay.
I get
I'll let
it.
you work out specifics with your two members that you're working with, okay?
Okay, well,
All right.
let me thank you, Member Gazal and Member Jeffries, for being willing to work with us. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with the middle of November plan. I really am.
With the what?
So many things can happen.
We're going to do it
Feel
before
much more
November.
Comfortable if you were in spirit committing to doing this no later than the end of October.
I can't commit for, I don't know what everybody's schedules are.
I understand.
And so we have to figure that out.
Okay.
This is the best you're going to get today.
Maybe.
We already had the excitement of the fire alarm.
Perfect. Good. I like that.
If it's the will of the board, the approval.
All right.
And I will submit to working in good faith to setting a meeting time that is most appropriate for all of us.
Yeah. And we can do Zoom meetings, given life and all that.
I can promise you it's not going to happen between November 1st and 5th. So
Let's be going somewhere.
I am.
I'll do all I can to sabotage
Well,
that.
Sally and I are going to be pretty
And it won't-
busy with
It won't be in this country, so.
too, I think.
All right.
So there's
Yes.
that.
I think that's fine. So with the commitment that we meet, with these two members and, the hopefully upcoming meeting on October 22nd, I'll suspend my request until then.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great.
Let's move on.
Mike,
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation
all
today.
right. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda, let me make it, we will have a lunch break today, not a dinner break. And we will begin hearing cases promptly at 1:00. For those of you that are here to be heard, we will adjust the agenda some so that we can be cognizant of the fact that y'all need to get out of here. And these are mostly, well, we'll begin hearing cases at 1:00. How about that? The next item on the agenda is the Attorney General's report. You had a request that we move up the discussion on SCB 2020-089.
Correct. That is currently down toward the bottom of the agenda under other business, but it involves Ms. Merckx, and she's here now, but will not be able to be here later. So if it is acceptable to the board, we'll go ahead and start with hers first.
Without any dissent from the board, we'll go ahead and move that one up to be heard.
So this is a fairly unusual one in that we are seeking a clarification of the board's referral. This is a matter that was referred to our office specifically with the instruction to enter into a consent order. We have tried to do that. We had some drafts that went back and forth. I sent the last draft to Ms. Mark's counsel in May and have not heard back. I emailed in May and again in August saying, can you agree to this? So we need to move this case forward in some form or fashion, but it was not clear to us from the referral whether the board intended to refer this case to us for prosecution or wanted to take one of its other options, which would include either dismissal, letter of instruction, or a final order with a cease and desist and or reprimand. This case was referred to us back in 2023. Most of this board was not here at that time. And it involves photography at the polls, but it is not a typical photography at the polls case. Ms. Mark's is associated with the Coalition for Good Governance, which was a plaintiff in the curling litigation. And she was there under what's called a Rule 34 discovery request. In federal court, you can ask under Federal Rule 34 to inspect and photograph certain things. And one of the things that she wanted to do was take some photographs of things during, as an election was actually going on. That in itself would violate Georgia law on photography at the polls. She worked out an agreement with Fulton County in the discovery process, and Fulton County did allow her to be there to take photographs. The photographs were not supposed to include any PII. And she, in taking some of these photographs, one of the photographs that she did take did include PII, and through an inadvertent mistake of her counsel, that PII was actually posted in court publicly. It was then taken down and redacted. When the board considered this case the first time around, there was a lot of discussion between Judge Duffy and Mr. Lindsay, who were there at the time, about the propriety of whether or not this Rule 34 request should have been executed the way that it was. There was some sentiment that Fulton perhaps should not have agreed to a discovery procedure that would also violate Georgia law without at least going through the federal court for a court order. And so the board's discussion was really focused on that issue. And the direction that, this came to our office with was to work out a consent order that would include a provision that if any further discovery issues like this were to arise, that a court order would be obtained first if there was any issue of consistency with Georgia law. There was no discussion about what would happen if the parties failed to reach a consent order, because I don't think that was contemplated by the board. Ordinarily, we would take a case that, we try to execute consent orders all the time with people, and when that fails, we usually either send it to the Office for State Administrative Hearings to seek a hearing on that, or sometimes we'll refer it back to the board with a recommendation for a final order or dismissal. Since we were not charged with prosecuting this case affirmatively, like we usually are in a referral, we thought the appropriate request would be to just come back to the board and ask the board to reconsider its referral, and either refer it back to us for prosecution in the typical way, or use one of its other means of disposing the case that it has available to it. So with that, we'll leave it up to the board to see if anybody has questions or wants to make a motion.
Why were you unable to reach a consent order?
I'm not certain. We sent a draft that I think was very close to the draft that Mr. Brown had sent to us, with some tweaks that we thought were important, but we're hopeful we're not controversial. I don't know why that was not accepted, and I wouldn't want to speak for Mr. Brown as to why he didn't think that our draft was appropriate. All I can tell you is that we've asked a couple of times, and since May, have been waiting to hear back. And, at this point, we felt like enough time had gone by that if we were going to hear, we were, probably would have heard something by now. So we think it's appropriate to come back and, not let this case continue to languish.
Ms. Marks? From where you're at. Press your button, please. Yeah, that's good enough. So the question is, why were you not able to reach a consent order with the Attorney General's office?
So I think, just to clarify, I'm sorry, did you say it wasn't working?
I think it's working, isn't it? You can hear it, can't you, Madam Court Porter? No, okay.
You cannot. Okay, let me try something else. What about that?
Yes.
Okay. So just to clarify, there has been some communication back and forth, including, I think, Mr. Brett sent you a letter last month. And we've not been able to reach a consent because really the whole principle is wrong. And the more I began to think about this, the more unworkable it seemed. That to have to go to the court to get a specific order for something that all the parties have already agreed to as a matter of routine discovery, it could be so unrealistic and could keep us from actually getting done what we need to get done. It would be a very unusual procedure to do that. And let me give you just two facts here. One, we had many discussions with Fulton and its council about exactly what we would do when we went to these particular polling locations. There were many other activities. We were working with Fulton County and the state election board's attorneys on all sorts of activities that we did for discovery. In the case of Fulton, these particular polling place visits that we did in August of 2020, we had a live meeting and had agreed that we could take photography. And it was my understanding, as we had put into an email, that we would be taking photography of the poll books because that was one of the controversial issues. And so I had a letter, I talked to the poll manager about what I would be doing. We weren't trying to hide anything. I was doing what I was assigned to do, and they had agreement with the Fulton attorneys to do it. And it was a real surprise to us that suddenly, not suddenly, months, years later, it was alleged that I had done something in violation of law when we had a discovery agreement to do exactly what I had done. So what should have happened is if the state election board had an issue with something that had happened in that discovery process, the right thing to do would be the state election board attorney would have gone to Judge Totenberg and said, Your Honor, we have a discovery dispute. They violated the agreement. Instead, to see this come up, not in front of Judge Totenberg, but in front of this board, complaining about something that we had done or that I had done that was in complete agreement with, that we already had agreement on, is just really not right. And it is not the right venue for the dispute. We engaged in many activities that would not normally be permissible by a citizen in that discovery.
What venue would you suggest here this?
As I said, Judge Totenberg, it would have been a discovery dispute. If you all as defendants had a problem with how we were handling the discovery activities, if you all had a problem with that, the right place to go would have been to Judge Totenberg and complain to her saying she's violating the discovery agreement. And I wasn't, but she would have been the one to adjudicate that, rather than you all as defendants in the case deciding that I had violated the discovery agreement and then coming after me on that.
Does the AG have an opinion on those comments?
It's a little tough for me to opine on that because I'm not counsel in the curling litigation. The board is represented by outside counsel, and I wouldn't want to speak for them. I would say that, typically in these types of cases, the court isn't always aware of what happens in these Rule 34 exchanges between counsel. And when you have a Rule 34 request that's served on one party, yes, the other parties get a copy of it, but they don't always monitor it to the degree that, for example, the board's counsel might have necessarily known they needed to get involved and try to prohibit a violation of the law. I wouldn't want to speculate in terms of whether or not the board's counsel considered that. I would say that it would be entirely it would be entirely usual for me to think that they may not have realized that Fulton was about to enter into an agreement that would purportedly allow Georgia law to be violated in the process. I think that when this board considered it, the issue previously, I think they, several members of the board that are no longer members of the board today, had the pretty strong belief that, the proper thing to do would have been to not enter into this agreement in the first place. But it was an agreement. She did go to the polls with an agreement. That agreement also contained a provision that she was not to take photographs of any PII, which she did. So that is, problematic on its face. The board's take on it at the time was, to try to secure an agreement that, the further agreements that would involve a breach of Georgia election law would be entered into without the court supervising that process. Unfortunately, we've not been able to get something nailed down in that regard.
Absolutely. Member Gazal.
Because your office has recused in representing the board, would you be allowed to have any role whatsoever in reviewing any of these discovery agreements?
Would rely on outside counsel to do that.
Okay. So we've got two issues. One, future discovery agreements, and two, a violation of the discovery agreement that was made, that in hindsight, the board itself would probably, if we had the option, we probably would not have agreed to begin with, because it constituted a violation of Georgia law. Okay.
Are we still dealing with the other issue about whether she improperly took photos of, was it PPI?
That's part of. So the question is, what we need to decide today is whether to authorize the AG's office to issue a consent, issue some sort of final letter, or to refer it to an administrative law judge.
Right. So there's some, if I can just outline the options.
Yeah.
I'll start with kind of the least punitive to the most, just to go that the board could dismiss. The board could issue its own letter of instruction. The board could enter into a final order that does not contain a penalty, but that could include a provision like cease and desist and or reprimand. Or the board could refer it back to us, at which point we would take it to the Office of State Administrative Hearings, who would conduct a hearing to find out whether any violations of law had occurred, and if so, what the remedy for that should be. And that may or may not include a penalty.
Ms. Marks.
Yes, I wanted to say that we certainly would request a dismissal of this for many reasons, but also, while Ms. Young is saying, she's alleging that we violated the discovery agreement. I think she is talking about the discovery agreement that was initially drafted. We had further discussions and agreement with Fulton County that indeed we would be examining poll books and would be doing photography. And if there was a mistake that just made, it was that we let that as an oral agreement and went on out to the polls, rather than saying, okay, we agreed to this. It was in a letter that we wrote to them. And then we had an oral discussion with their attorneys. And then I proceeded to do what we had agreed on. We failed to fully document how that was different from what the original proposed discovery was. In many, as I was trying to say, certainly don't want to open up new cases, but in many of these discovery activities, we were doing things that you would say on their face is not prohibited by law. We were given permission by everyone's counsel to, I was handling, that y'all were printing ballots, Fulton County was printing ballots for me to work with, was testing machines. We were visiting other counties and doing things that the court had generally said, you all work it out as to what your discovery is. So this was not a matter of, oh, we're going to do something to get around the law. This was part of a court supervised discovery process.
You're breaking the law with permission.
You're not really breaking the law if the court, if the court is saying to you, yes, there is reason for you to to undertake these activities of discovery.
Member King? Resolve?
Do you have the agreement
Yep.
with you?
You mean, which I have the letter that was, yes, that was last.
Just whatever you were saying you have that shows that you had the authority to do this or the permission to do this.
Well,
I just,
the final oral permission came, it was oral permission, then I went out to the polls. But then I had a letter, which I don't have, from Rick Barron. Rick Barron was the election director from Fulton. He had a letter that he had me take to each of the poll managers. And I had a hard copy of that letter that I handed to the poll manager that said that I had permission to take photos. I do not
that
have a
letter-
copy of that now.
okay.
I maybe could dig around somewhere and find it.
So to be clear, it was Fulton County and not the court that determined what access you had.
Yeah, right, and that is the general way it happened. It basically, the court says, you parties work it out on discovery. If you've got a dispute, you come to me. And those discovery disputes take a long time to resolve. And so, yeah, the court basically leaves it to the parties to work out. And that's what we had done. And then we had I don't remember if we met in person or over Zoom or however, but we met, I think it was August 7th, 2020, with the Fulton County attorneys. Generally, our meetings were known to all the other council in the event they wanted to join, like your council would have likely known about that meeting if they wanted to join. In fact, your council came with me many times on these activities when we were doing things like testing equipment, testing ballots, doing things that Mr. Chairman, you would say were violating the law, but they were part of an approved process.
Let's say violating the statute.
Okay, they would be, but not really a violation of law. But very often your attorneys came with me or observed when I was doing these things. And so this was something that was well known to all parties. But I do have the letter that when we were talking with Fulton County attorneys that day, said, we'll talk later in the day, but here are the things we want to be clear on. Photography in the polling place. We'll be looking at poll books.
Any questions? Any recommendation? The chair would entertain a recommendation or a motion.
I love it.
Yep.
Thank you. Perhaps I could recommend a letter to both parties, to Fulton and Coalition, concerning the requirements for protecting PII. To settle this case.
We need to make a motion asking the Attorney General to provide a letter. Is that what you want to do? So you want to make a motion that the Attorney General provide a letter to both parties?
Regarding safe parameters for protecting PII.
So we have a motion to recommend to the Attorney General to provide a letter to both parties stipulating
Stipulating the requirements of protecting personal identifiable information
Is there a second?
with regards to
Yes,
elections.
upon a clarification, would that, at that point, would there be a dismissal of this, of the enforcement proceeding?
Would it be a dismissal or a consent?
I
Final order?
I prefer that there not
it's
be
like
a
sending
consent
a letter.
process.
It's like sitting out
Okay.
instruction.
All right,
So that would be the end of the case,
okay.
right? Yeah. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to request that the Attorney General submit this letter. Any further discussion?
I believe there still remains enough question of fact that I would prefer to send this to a fact finder, but it seems that I'm overruled on this one.
Okay. There's motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-1. Thank you. You got that.
Mr. Chairman,
It's kind of a letter of instruction.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
could I ask that we send instruction to our, I'm sorry, that's more appropriate for executive session.
Okay.
Sorry.
The next item is for the consent orders and the final orders and the orders of dismissal. If you would please just give us a brief, the board has had a chance to look through all of these. They're in a binder. You please just give us a brief 15-second description of each one, and then the board will choose to vote en masse.
Okay.
Actually, we probably need to do 3 different votes here since we have consent orders, final orders, and or is it dismissal? Let's do the consent orders first.
Okay, so I'll discuss both the 2 consent orders that we have as a group because they're actually quite similar. They're both cases in which a family member voted an absentee ballot for a relative. The first case involved a mother who signed the oath of elector for her son on his absentee ballot when he was away at college. The son then came and actually voted in person at the polls. The second case is an elector whose mother had recently passed, and she voted the mother's absentee ballot after her death. We have worked out agreements with both parties to each pay $1,000 civil penalty and to agree to a reprimand and cease and desist order as part of consent order.
The chair would entertain a motion to approve the consent orders on case number SCB 2020-001 and SCB 2020-147.
So moved.
Do we have motions or a second?
Second.
Sorry. Did you second? Member Jeffrey seconded it. We have a motion and a second. Is there any conversation, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of approving consent orders in SCB 2020-001 and SCB 2020-147, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Vote 4-0. Next on the agenda is final orders concerning SCB 2020-107 and SCB 2023-039.
Starting with 2020-107, this involves 3 respondents, each of which had either voted absentee or early in person, and then became concerned about whether their votes had been logged in, and then went to the polls to try to vote again. 2 of those 3 voters were specifically told by the poll, discussed with the poll worker their concern, and the poll workers allowed them to go ahead and vote a second time anyway. One of those voters just went to the poll, said nothing, and just kind of waited to see what would happen. We were recommending final orders in each of these cases, dismissal with no further action for the 2 that, at least were transparent with the poll workers and were given the wrong advice by the poll workers, and a cease and desist and a reprimand for that one voter who kept her questions to herself and just tried to see if they would let her vote and did it when they allowed it.
The chair would entertain a motion on accepting the final orders for SCB 2020-107 and SCB 2023-039.
So moved.
We have motions or a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
A little discussion. Anytime somebody votes twice, it must involve an election worker that either allows the person to vote or sends an absentee ballot. Nevertheless, point is, the voter voted twice, which is a serious violation of election law. I'm disappointed that we don't have a stronger recommendation concerning these people that voted twice, even though they get bad information. They did vote twice, and that's against the law.
We have a motion and a second to accept these final orders. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of accepting them signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, passed by 4-0. Next item on the agenda is orders of dismissal for the following cases. SCB 2018-110, SCB 2020-292, SCB 2021-033, SCB 2021-109, SCB 2022-186, SCB 2022-214, and SCB 2022-354.
Does the board wish me to walk through each one of these real quickly, just
Need to hear any of those cases? The chair will entertain a motion to dismiss those above named cases. So we have motions or a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to dismiss those cases. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing the above named cases signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Is there any other questions for the Attorney General while she is here today?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
For the Attorney General, how many cases are outstanding in your office that are to be brought back to the state election board?
I don't have the exact number in front of me. I know we provided some information not long ago, but I don't want to quote the wrong number off the top of my head. I'm happy to send the case list to y'all if you'd like.
I had heard it was somewhere in the ballpark of 160 or so.
That sounds about right.
Is that right?
Like I said, that sounds like it's in the right ballpark. Correct.
Okay. How many cases are prepared and ready to be presented to the board?
So we don't work that way, I think there's a little bit of confusion, and that's kind of why I put the next item of the overview of our upcoming penalty cases. I think the way the secretary's office works is they prepare their report of investigation and then it waits to be brought before the board. We have to take one case at a time and every case has to be worked up. So, between each meeting, we have a batch of cases that we work on as we are also working on our litigation cases and our cases for other clients. Usually with the staff that we have, we can work on about 25 cases at a time. We've got a batch right now of about a dozen that are ready to go to OSA. And I wanted to talk about what that process is like, but I don't want to jump ahead of your questions.
Okay. I looked, there was a recent newspaper article about the backlog of cases in the AJC that expressed this concern that the state election board was negligent in keeping up with these backlog of cases. So I looked back at the number of cases that the AG office brought to the state election board in 2024, and the number was 0. There were 0 cases brought to us in 2024, although we had regular meetings and we heard many routine cases heard by the Secretary of State's investigators. But I just wanted Mr. Nisi to understand that last year there were 0 cases from the Attorney General's office brought to us.
Thank you. Michelle, do you want to provide the overview of upcoming?
Sure. And,
Applications.
one of the reasons that item on the agenda, not every case that we work on is brought back to the board in the same fashion of consent orders, final orders, and dismissal orders. If we don't have items on your agenda, that does not mean we're not working on cases. When a case is referred to us, we try real hard to work out consent orders because that is always preferable than going to an ALJ and incurring the costs associated with that. It is hard to get these consent orders. These are not easy to negotiate. The fines tend to be substantial. A lot of times the amount of the fine is a problem for people, and the language that this board tends to require, which contains very, strong language about the guilt of the party, tends to be a hang up in the process too. So when we're not able to execute a consent order, the only other option is to take that case to the Office of State Administrative Hearings, which conducts a full trial. And I do want I have gotten a lot of questions, here and there from both this client and from other clients, about that process. And so I wanted to kind of go over what that entails, particularly for budgeting purposes, because I think, as the next legislative session gets into gear, you may want to include a line item on your budget for OSA fees. OSA judges charge $130 an hour. So, there are times, so we think very carefully about which cases to bring to OSA and when, because between the costs of getting the case to trial, and currently their statute, this board's statutes do not allow for the administrative court costs to be included as a part of the judgment. Investigative costs from the Secretary of State are, but OSA fees are not, by statute, allowed to be part of the judgment that the respondent would pay. Some of our cases, especially in South Georgia, would also incur travel costs, such as hotels. If we've got a hearing at 9 o'clock in the morning in Savannah, we're going to need to have a hotel room the night before for our staff and for the investigator, possibly if they're a witness, if we can't rely on local elections officials to be the testifying witness. That is the way that the process goes, and we've got a number of cases that we are ready to send over there. And you'll probably be seeing some bills associated with that as those move forward. So,
Does it typically take 2 years to get to a conclusion of these cases? Minimum.
We have a small staff, and the more cases we have in litigation, the fewer enforcement cases we can work on. I mean, we've got limited bandwidth to do what we can, and we try to triage our cases so that we can identify the ones that are most likely to lead to a favorable outcome, whether that's through a consent order or a favorable outcome at trial. We're trying to go through and identify ones that are ripe for dismissal. There was a period of time several years ago where we received a batch of cases that was so large that, I don't think that our office has ever been able to quite catch up to that backlog because, they're as a practical matter. And this is something the board may want to think about with referrals. If there's a borderline case where this board can deal with a respondent with a letter of instruction, a cease and desist, or a reprimand, this board could go ahead and do that. Rather than send it to us in a posture that would require an administrative hearing, that might be a more cost-efficient and timely way of handling some of these cases in the future. We're doing as much as we can to try to whittle down our caseload.
Well, I was asking because, 2 years was the minimum for these cases. We have a case here that's 7 years old, and I just wanted to understand what this process was like.
Just because the case is 7 years old doesn't mean it's been with our office for 7 years, In fact, I know that one of the cases on this calendar was just on the board's agenda 2 meetings ago.
So you're saying, okay, so 2 years is not a standard time frame. You can have it spec.
For the sake of clarity, yes, we do have cases that we've had for 2 years. There's, multiple ways you can look at it. Should you take the oldest cases first? Or should you do, we tend to do more triaging because, you know, the cases that we have that are older tend to be older ones for a reason. Because we can't find the respondent, because the respondent's not cooperating with us on a consent order, because we think there, you know, maybe some issues getting a favorable verdict with the ALJ. Those are the ones that tend to be the older cases. So, you know, our analysis has been to kind of triage it in a way to try to bring forward the cases that we feel like are the best ones to bring forward, rather than to necessarily go, you know, last in, first out. And we're always happy to answer questions either here or in an executive session about how we, you know, manage our workflow in that regard.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes.
I have a question.
I have two questions, sir.
No, go ahead, Jane.
Okay. I just wanted to ask you in regards to the administrative court cost. On an average, and this might be on an average, these cases that go to OSHA court, what type fine is recouped?
It's difficult to say. Keep in mind that the maximum fine is $5,000 per violation. So that is the outer limit of what we could
What's the
recover.
maximum?
You know, if you have multiple violations, possibly you could.
And what's the average cost? Because of course my ears
That we
perked
have
up
data on
when
that.
when you said that we may be charged for that as an agency. Is that what I heard?
We are charged.
Yes.
Okay, then what is the average charge?
I don't have any data on that because I never see the bills. What I do know is it's $130 an hour for the judge's time. I would think a small, simple case would probably generate a bill for just a couple of hours. A more complicated case, one that's going to take a full day of the judge's time. I know that if the board wanted to look at charges, I think that was Brian Pritchard was a pretty long trial. If you wanted to see an example of what a larger bill would look like, you could go back and look at what the bill for that case was. You know, as sort of a worst case scenario, because that was a fairly involved proceeding, and I think the ALJ spent a lot of time on that one. You know, I would think minimum, you'd probably see at least a 2 to 3 hour charge
I
for anything that goes to a hearing.
I presented that in Clarksville to the Blue Ribbon Committee this month and suggested that they add legislative language because now, as you stated, they can recoup investigative cost from SOS, but you can't recoup the court cost. And I gave them documentation to simply consider adding investigative cost. It's a very small addition and court cost. So with I would hope that would be something that y'all would support as well. That would take that burden off of us financially as an agency if we could recoup that and court cost.
I don't get involved in lobbying. I don't know what position you know, the front office would take on lobbying, but,
We know how to lobby that.
you know.
I have another question, Mr. Chair. And this is kind of dovetailing over what the vice chair brought up. So if there are 160 cases with the AG's office, as I understood just now, it would be a false narrative to say that the SEB has 160 cases or so backlogged with the AG's office, because you just told us that you can only bring about 20 every time we have a meeting. So that's not backlogged with the SEB.
I don't believe anybody from our office has ever suggested that
No,
that
no,
is the
you haven't.
case.
You haven't, and I'm not alleging that.
We've not had any issues getting our cases put on the SEB's calendar when they're ready to go.
You have not, but the newspaper and the media has continued to say that, and is frankly a false narrative. And I just I don't want to see this board get enough errors they do anyway, but that's just not true. I mean, if I were to say to you, can you bring us 160 cases next month? I would assume you would say that's
We would
impossible.
not be able to do that.
That's right.
We just don't have the bandwidth to get a project of that scale.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rep. Johnson?
Question, Beth. 21-233.1, speaking of enforcement of the chapter, says that this states that the state election board is vested with the power to issue orders, which may include a provision requiring the violator to cease and desist from committing further violations, and to pay a civil penalty not to exceed $5,000 for each violation. Is that something that the state election board can issue during a hearing meeting, or do these cases necessarily need to be referred to the Attorney General for that to occur?
So somewhere further down, and I don't have it in front of me, so I don't know the exact subparagraph, it does clarify that for a civil penalty to be awarded, there must be a full Administrative Procedure Act hearing, and that is why these cases go to OSA.
Thank you.
We can, with the consent of the other party, have the court award a penalty. And so when you see consent orders for penalties, that's why. But if the respondent doesn't consent, we have to do a full APA hearing.
Thank you. And one last question. In the Georgia Rules and Regulations website, they publish the rules that have been adopted for different chapters, different agencies. And there is one of the state election board rules, 183-1-12-.12, concerning tabulating results. And it's unclear, I'm going to give this to you. It's unclear to me whether this rule is effective, repealed. It's there's the rule, and then it was amended, and then there's a repealed, and then there's a note. And this is a rule that was adopted last year. And I'm not sure if it's a current rule or not.
I have not looked at that rule and didn't know that questions about that rule we're happy to look into that. Your question is just whether or not this rule is still validly operative?
Correct.
Okay. Be happy to look into that and get back to you as soon as we can.
There were 3 rules that were adopted that were not included in the eternal vigilance case. And I assume that they're adopted and published as amended. And then there was a rule presented by Ms. Adams, a petitioner, and part of the rule was repealed in the eternal vigilance case, but I believe the rest of the rule was accepted, and I'm not sure. You don't have to tell us, you're our legal counsel, whether the rule is effective or not.
I'm gonna have to go
Come
take
back
a
to us
look
on
at
that.
that.
And not today.
Yeah, you
Not
come back
today.
to us on it.
Okay.
But while you're here, I just had to grab it while you're here. Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Thank you, Ms. Young. We appreciate
Thank
your
you.
presentation today. We're going to, the executive director has a very short update on his duties, and then we'll break for lunch, and we'll be back here at 1:00. We'll start cases at 1:00 and hear those, and then we will do the other business after the cases are heard. So, okay, Mr. Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just briefly,
I'm sorry. Okay.
in early September, our agency hosted a open records training seminar that actually Beth helped us out with tremendously. And the AG's office came to our office, and we also had some learning in regards to Open Meetings Act, and we officially named Autumn Miller, which we hired as a part-time paralegal with our office to officially be named our official open records officer. This past month, our investigators continue to work on our state-of-the-art program, computer program software that they're putting together, which will actually track a complaint when it comes in and all the way to the very end when it's completed, which we currently don't have anything like that in place. We've also piggybacked on top of that most recently to do the same with our open records, and they're incorporating our open records complaints into this same software. Jesse and Ann are. They also got 2 new vehicles. Our investigators did in the month of September. And then also in the month of September, I went and spoke to the Blue Ribbon Committee up in Clarksville and made actually the presentation that I just referred to earlier, and several other things that we talked about where we were as an agency and the need for our investigators to have investigative tools. We then, after we came back from that meeting, met with the Secretary of State's office, Jesse Patton and myself, and of course, we walked away from that meeting with no agreement to provide our investigators any more tools. So our investigators don't have any more tools to investigate than what they had last meeting when I brought this up. And we continue to say that they need the tools to do the investigative work, and we need the Secretary of State's office to work with us in order to accomplish that. It's very hard for them to do investigative work when you don't even have access to Jarvis or the voter rolls. How could you do that? There's other tools. I mentioned them last time. I won't go into that in great detail, just to say that right now we can't get cooperation from the Secretary of State's office to help work with us on a memorandum of understanding to get the tools they need. Also, let me clarify. I think the board understood this from yesterday, but I want to make sure there's no confusion. There was some discussion yesterday about the cases that were with the Secretary of State's office, and all I was asking for was I just want to have access to those ROIs, those report of investigations, those summaries of investigations, but nothing else should change in the process. The Secretary of State's office would continue to present to the board possible cases to be brought, possible dismissals, possible letters of instruction, the same way they're doing it now. The only thing that would change is this board would now have access to look at those same cases as well and say, maybe we want to add 10, or maybe we look at some and we say, these are high priority with us. We want to take them up now. And I just want to make that clear, Mr. Chairman, that's the status we're in. The last thing I would want to do is for all of a sudden the Secretary of State's office to say, okay, your 2 investigators can do everything. Well, that was not what we were discussing, and we could not do that. We don't have the manpower. Maybe one day in the future we'll be there, but we're not there yet, and I want to make sure that's clear. Let me just in closing say this. Hope Cohen, our executive assistant, has been working and working and working and working. And Hope, you have done a fabulous job under circumstances that really nobody should have put into, but you've done a great job. We can always do better. and we will, but you deserve accolades. You've basically put on a 2-day agenda meeting here, and you've navigated much of that course all by yourself. And you should be applauded for that. And as executive director, I just want to say thank you. You've helped me tremendously, and so has our whole team, Jesse and Ann and Autumn Miller. The reason Autumn Miller is here, not here today, our paralegal, is because frankly, she is catching up on the backlog of open records requests that we have. Otherwise, I know she would like to be here. Mr. Chairman, that's it.
Thank you. Without dissent, we will now break for lunch and be back here at 2 minutes before 1 so that we can get started at 1 o'clock hearing cases. Thank you. Let's huddle up a Beth real quick or something. Oh. I didn't even have my microphone on. You could hear me, right? If you're asking me to fix technology, you're the wrong person.
We're going to fix.
No, we're gonna do two meetings that two issues Dr. Johnson wants to talk about, unfinished business, and then we'll go right into the cases after that. So she wanted these items to be discussed while member
Sarah.
Jeffries was here. That's for Sarah.
Janelle?
That's for Janelle.
Yeah. James.
It's James.
So, Mr. Chair, the question before the board is the question of a subpoena was issued to Fulton County for election documents to complete an investigation. The subpoena was issued in November of 2024. The board really cannot speak too much about this because it is in court as we speak, or in court to deal with the parties involved. My question to Mr. Chair is, have any documents been provided from Fulton County to the board that were requested in the subpoena?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you, sir. Therefore, because it's been 9 months now since the subpoenas have been issued and no documents have been provided, I make a motion that this board issue a subpoena for the ballots and ballot envelopes from the 2020 general election. A subpoena will go to Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections with Sherry Allen, to Sherry Allen in her official capacity as chairperson, Douglas Selby, member, Teresa Crawford, member, Julie Adams, member, and Nadine Williams in her official capacity as election director. A second subpoena, identical subpoena, will be issued to Fulton County Clerk of the Superior Court, Honorable Shay Alexander, as the clerk of the court, for all used and void ballots and the stubs of all ballots used in the 2020 general election, all absentee ballot signature envelopes and corresponding digital file to be made available for inspection and imaging.
We have a motion to issue the subpoenas that the board has received copies of. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Is this not the subject of ongoing litigation? This is a new subpoena. Is the subject of this subpoena not already being litigated between this body and Fulton County? This body has not subpoenaed the absentee ballots. I'm sorry, excuse me, the ballots. I thought that was part of the subpoena that was issued at 5 p.m. on Election Day in 2024. It is not. What was requested at 5 p.m. on Election Day in 2024? Election documents. So that would not include the ballots? It did not include the ballots. Of the ballot envelopes, the subpoena was for images of the ballot envelopes and other election documents. So other election documents did not include ballots themselves? That's correct. So to what end are you seeking the actual envelopes? What is it that you hope to discover from that? This is to complete the investigation regarding irregularities and inconsistencies from the 2020 election, specifically pertaining to case SEB 2023-025. But the envelopes themselves, how does that respond to that case?
The envelopes are necessary to, as part of the investigation to review and document the proper and accurate vote counts from the election.
But that's not what that case was about. That case was specifically about whether or not there were double counts of certain batches of ballots. And by that point, the ballots are completely dissociated from the ballot envelopes.
You know, that case was about double counting of batches of ballots in the thousands, but the case was also about missing documents for 20,000 votes that were attributed on election day and 17,852 votes that are missing ballot images that include absentee ballots. So it calls into question the authenticity of all the absentee ballots and all other ballots.
Are there allegations that the ballot envelopes are not authentic? Or, I mean, this feels like a fishing expedition to me.
Well, you just have, I'm assuming if you just have the ballots without the envelopes, then you can't authenticate that they're legitimate ballots.
Without access to any of the Jarvis records, including signature files, how can we authenticate envelopes? What do you propose to do to authenticate more than 100,000 envelopes?
For every absentee ballot, there should be an absentee ballot envelope.
So it's just about the number of envelopes?
Perhaps.
Motion's on the table.
Further questions or discussion? The motion to issue the subpoenas to Fulton County and to the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections and to the Fulton County Clerk of Superior Court. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-1. Next item on the agenda is next meeting date. Dr. Johnson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to propose that we schedule regular monthly meetings for the next year. And I have suggested the third Wednesday of each month for a state election board meeting. Now, every meeting won't include hearing of cases. At least half of these meetings will or more involve just the regular business that the state election board needs to conduct. So the third Wednesday, I thought would be a reasonable day because it means that we'd never have a meeting on Tuesday and election day or Tuesday, a certification day. So conveniently, which would, when there are cases to be heard, I think that would be to the benefit of election supervisors and election personnel. So the meeting dates proposed, the rest of the year would be, it's not exactly the third Wednesday until we get into the next year, but it would be October 22nd, November 12th, the already scheduled 2-day meeting of December 9th and 10th, January 21st, February 18th, March 18th, April 15th, May 20th, June 17th, July 15th, August 19th, September 16th, October 21, November 18th, and December 16th of 2026.
We started in February. One more time.
Yeah.
February 18th, 2026, March 18th, April 15th, May 20th, June 17th, July 15th, August 19th, September 16th, October 21, November 18th, and December 16th.
All right.
Well, there's my monthly income I was looking for in retirement.
There you go. If there's no business that needs to be conducted, of course, the meeting can be postponed or canceled.
All right.
We have a motion to set the above named dates as meeting dates in starting October this year.
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion?
I'm not going to commit to being able to do that with I'm not certain that is going to be feasible for me, but
I think that individual board members may not be able to make, I can't commit to all of them either. I mean,
Yeah.
without having all my schedules here, so. But we can, it's just a proposed meeting date and the board would always have the option of changing that if necessary. And maybe you want to add that in your motion that these are proposed meeting dates to be changed if necessary, if a quorum can't be met.
Can we be agreeable to that amendment?
Okay, so there's a motion on the table to set the following or set the above named dates as potential meeting dates for going forward with the option of rescheduling those dates if a quorum is not present. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
nay.
Motion carries 3-1. Is that it, Dr. Johnson?
Moving on. Casey's.
Oh, yeah. We're good. All right, we're going to start with the cases. The first case that we will hear is SEB 2023-033 Haralson County. I think Haralson County is here as respondent, right? And that is tab number 79 in your binder. Is Ronald Gable here? Okay, Mr. Gable, all right. Please proceed. Yep.
This case involves the Haralson County Elections Division. The Georgia Secretary of State, personnel from the Georgia Secretary of State performed a health check of election equipment at the Haralson County Election and Registration Office and observed the election equipment for the Haralson County Election and Registration Office not being stored according to Georgia rules and regulations. They noticed that it was stored in plain view and it did not have the required security measures that SEB Rule 183-1-12-.04 sub 1 sub 3, and that would deal with the surveillance system, alarm system, et cetera, et cetera. So ultimately, an investigator was sent out, confirmed, took photos of the equipment that was there. She spoke with Haralson County election officials. They ultimately moved the equipment to a different location, 402 Mount Zion Road. The investigator later went and conducted an inspection there to confirm that the new location complied with SEB Rule 183, the one that I just previously mentioned. And that is the crux of the case. So based on our investigation, we determined that the initial storage of the equipment at the location did violate SEB Rule 183-1-12-.04 sub 1 sub 3.
Any questions for the investigator from the board? The respondents in this case are Ronald Gable and the Haralson County Elections and Registrations officials. If you'd like to speak, please press the button. Got that, and identify yourself for the court reporter, please.
Sure. My name is David Macklin. I'm attorney for Haralson County. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Just to, I don't know what all your procedures are, but I can give you a brief response on how this happened. We acknowledge that it did happen. Our election equipment previously had been stored in a locked jury room in the Haralson County Courthouse. We received an order from Superior Court judge telling us to remove it from his jury room immediately. So it was done, and it was placed in the halls of the Haralson County Courthouse for some period of time. The election officials did what they thought was necessary in order to secure it in the halls of the courthouse. But upon learning that that was not sufficient, we took immediate action to correct the problem.
And how long was it stored in the hall?
We believe it was out there probably 3 months.
And how did they try and secure it when it was out there?
I can let Barn answer it, but I think that they had cables wrapped around it. It was in an area that is patrolled by sheriff's deputies every day when the courthouse is open. It's locked at night.
Any further questions from the board?
What is that?
I guess my last question is, what have you all done to prevent this from happening in the future?
I'm sorry.
What have you done to prevent this from occurring in the future?
Well, it's our policy that now that we know about it, it's not going to happen ever again. We built a new facility to put the equipment in that meets all the requirements. The Secretary of State's office was good about providing us with all of those, and they've sent out people to inspect the place where it's now located. So all I can say is it's not going to happen again.
You built a facility?
We rented a facility and converted it to meet all the state requirements.
How much did that cost y'all?
It was already a county building. I can't quote to you what it costs to actually retrofit the building to put the required security pads in it. But the Secretary of State has come and checked it to be sure that it does meet the requirements.
Who filed the complaint?
The state.
Who filed this complaint?
Well, this was a result of a health check from the Secretary of State's office.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
To our knowledge, there was no complaint. They just picked it up, and when they told us about it, we fixed it as quick as we could. We were notified on a Friday afternoon. By Monday, it was fixed.
How did this happen? Like who decided to put it there? And
Well, the equipment, the Haralson County Courthouse is an old courthouse. And the jury, we had 2 jury rooms there. Only one of them was being used routinely. But the judges decided that they needed to have two jury rooms on that particular occasion. So when a Superior Court judge tells you to jump, you ask how high,
okay.
and we moved it out. We didn't have a lot of time to think about it.
And it stayed out there for 3 months. So did the case, I mean, did it last 3 months that they were utilizing the room?
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
I'm not gonna try and beat around that. That was a mistake to leave it out there, but we didn't know until we were told.
Okay. All right.
Chair, good question.
Just a question. Was there an inventory of the equipment and was any equipment found missing or
No.
not accounted for?
No, ma'am.
Chair, will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd recommend a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction on SCB 2023-033. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Any opposition, so moved. Letter of instruction. Haralson County, thank you. You'll be issued a letter of instruction, of course, which will just give you some direction on how to handle this properly going forward and the mistake that was made. So safe travels. I hope you make your meeting this afternoon.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2021-150 Calhoun County, City of Edison polling location issues.
Okay, so this complaint has 8 different allegations. So I can either go allegation by allegation or read all the allegations and then read our findings after those allegations. So what's your pleasure?
Give me 1 second here.
It's the city of Edison.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 67.
We have a lot of respondents. Let me see who's here. Is
Yes.
Calhoun County representative here? Okay, they're respondents. They're not here. Probate judge Annie Doris Holder.
I don't speak for herself. She does the arrangements to the city. Is this working?
Yes.
Yep.
Can you hear?
Okay, you're here for the city of Edison.
Sorry.
Carl Williams the third.
He was a
Speaking for him?
poll worker. He is not here as well.
Okay, Tammy Fincher.
My name is Tommy Coleman. I'm an attorney from Albany.
Okay. Tammy Fincher. Are you speaking for her?
No, sir. She is a dismissed employee of the city of Edison.
Okay.
We have been unable to get in touch with her for a number of things to become clearer as I speak.
Jane Ingram.
I spoke with Ms. Ingram. She has asked me to communicate to the board. She did in fact put the sign too close to the polling place across the street. Our police department, as far as I can tell, did remove the sign.
Okay, Marcia Killingsworth.
She's the complainant and a respondent as well, Mr. Chairman, and she's deceased.
Well, okay.
With regards to the allegation about the photography in the polling place, I
Yeah.
did speak to the Mr. Williams about that. He did ask her to cease taking photographs with her cell phone. She considered herself somewhat of an ombudsman for the city and
That's allegation 4. We're gonna go over these allegation by allegation so we can handle them. We got 8 of them, so let's just go through them as quickly as possible here.
Okay. So the first, this all stemmed from the municipal election in Calhoun County, November of 2021. So the first allegation was that a sitting Edison City Council member, Tamara Shedrick, worked as a poll worker in the election. So our investigator didn't find any evidence or documentation to show that she worked as a poll worker in the specific election. She spoke with probate judge Annie Holder, former city clerk Tammy Fincher, poll manager Carl Williams III.
That's enough.
Okay.
This allegation was unsubstantiated that she didn't work. Chair would entertain a motion unless there's questions.
We dismiss this allegation.
We
Move to dismiss the.
have a motion to dismiss allegation 1. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion second from Dr. Johnson. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, allegation 1 is dismissed. Allegation 2.
So allegation 2 is that despite available built-in voting booths, poll workers directed some Edison voters to vote at a table in the middle of an open room without voting security, the poll worker standing there.
Okay. Any questions for the investigator on this one? It's a substantiated allegation.
Were you able,
I will say regarding this allegation, this is a husband and wife who made the statement. There was no outside verification besides them. And Mr. Williams, who works for the county, denied it. So this is one of those where we brought it to the board to basically make the decision because you have 2 people related making an allegation and then no outside of them verification of it.
Let's hear what the city of Edison
Yes,
has
sir.
to say.
I did speak, Mr. and Ms. Timmons. They are regular attendees in city council meetings. I've introduced to them. They confirmed that they did in fact were asked to vote in a table and didn't go to a voting booth. I was unable to find out why Mr. Williams had no real explanation for that. There are no other officials still with the city 4 years ago. So that did in fact happen. We do not contest that, no. Matter of fact, we don't contest any of the allegations.
Have y'all done anything to correct this from occurring again?
I appreciate you asking. If there was, it was possible to have a city that was bankrupt in Georgia, Edison would have been bankrupt. So you can see that not only were there problems that concerned you in the election, but there are considerable other matters as well. They found themselves $600,000 in debt, substantial inclusion taxes, fees, and everything else to deal with that. It was really an existential crisis. So the mayor resigned. We had a special election. There are no public officials, no officials of the city of Edison still in office that were in office in 2021. I've been through this before with other cities in Southwest Georgia. I went out and hired a person who had helped me assist other cities in stress. She's now, I think it's Laurie Moore. She's working for the city. We elected a mayor who was a former retired banker. And we have a new city clerk who is now the new election superintendent. She's taking the training provided by the Secretary of State online. It was very difficult to investigate and find out these things. Nobody's there. As you might expect from what I had just said, there are other agencies that have some interest in investigating city veterans. Those are ongoing. I trust we will not inquire too much about what they are. I would have to refrain from talking about it, I think. But it was a city in crisis. Everybody's changed. We have new staff who recognize the problem, who've been through this, perhaps not as serious as this, but been through it before, and we're taking steps to remedy a number of things, including these election problems.
So you're saying if we find them, they couldn't pay us and you're probably working pro bono?
Well, I didn't say it's pro bono, sir. I work for Atlanta law firm with an office in Albany, and I've been reminded quite frequently that it's not the rate that they get up here.
It's merely a substantiated allegation number 2 where they voted at a table. Member Gazal?
Mr. Coleman, were you able to ascertain from the voters whether they had any fears that they were unable to cast a ballot confidentially because they had to be at the table?
Well, they were expressed some dismay about it. I'll put it that way. I wouldn't say that they felt like they were intimidated or unable to do it confidential. They expressed that concern, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Williams said, well, maybe they were disabled, but they were not. And he does not work for us anymore either.
Any further questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion on allegation number 2. Anyone?
Yeah, I make a motion, we issue a letter of reprimand.
We have a motion to issue a reprimand on allegation number 2. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from member Gazal. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved by a vote of 4-0. Allegation number 3. They've already said they did it, so.
What's that?
They've already said they did it, so.
Basically, it's the campaign sign allegation, so it's too close.
Apologize, Mr. Chairman. It was placed too close. It was across the street, but when we discovered it, when the police discovered it, at that time, they removed the sign.
I make,
Ms. Ingram is not on the city council.
This would be for
Jane Ingram.
Ingram, yes, Councilmember Jane Ingram, yes. Any questions? Chair to entertain a motion on allegation number 3.
I make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction, allegation number 3. We have a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Letter of instruction will be issued on allegation number 3. Allegation number 4 is the cell phone taking a photo
To provide evidence. She admitted to taking the photograph with her cell phone inside the voting room of the polling location. Stated she did it to support her complaint to the Secretary of State's office.
So she was a complainant too.
Yeah, she was a
So
complainant.
she admitted her.
Yeah.
Huh?
Is that the one?
Yeah, yeah. She's no longer with us, right?
Deceased.
Make a motion to dismiss.
We have a motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion to dismiss. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Am I going too fast for you, Madam Court Reporter? Sorry. You need to, I'm telling you, you need to tamp it down.
Fifth allegation.
Allegation number 5 is unsubstantiated, but please go ahead.
Okay, the allegation is that City of Edison Governing Authority drew up city election ordinance number 2021-10, general election ordinance stating the Dominion voting system machines were to be used and provided by Calhoun County Elections Office for the November 2nd, 2021 general municipal election. However, instead, paper ballots were used in place of the voting machines. So the investigator interviewed Judge Holder, others regarding it. And basically, the bottom line is that a violation of their ordinance does not fall within the purview of the SCB. So that's why that is unsubstantiated as it relates to that.
There's no violation of the ordinance. No violation of the election code.
Yes.
Yes, there's no violation of any election code. Any questions? Chair will entertain a motion.
And when we dismiss this allegation,
We have a motion to dismiss. Is there a second? We have motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. By a vote of 4-0. Allegation number 6.
So on that day, one of our investigators conducted an inspection on that day, November 2nd, 2021, and he found unsecured cardboard boxes that were used as the provisional ballot box with a sign on it marked provisional.
This allegation is substantiated. Any questions from the board? You agree this happened, right?
Oh, yes, sir. That's apparently our filing system at the time with cardboard boxes for everything. Including all financial records and the like. The city had been audited in 5 years, but there are no records. So, we sort of heard that happened. I will say this, according to Judge Holder, there were ultimately no provisional ballots.
Yeah, an empty box.
So in an empty box, but she did subsequently provided a box after the fact.
Not secured, no duct tape or anything. Okay. Any questions for the board? The chair will entertain a motion.
I make a motion, we issue a letter of reprimand.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Letter of reprimand will be issued on allegation number 6. Allegation number 7.
Allegation number 7 is similar. Basically, the investigator found election documents that were stored unsealed in an unlocked filing cabinet drawer inside a filing room that was not secured with a locked door.
Thank you. You admit to that too, right?
No, I'm glad he found any documents at all, but for your information, we now have a locked file cabinet with those documents in it in a locked room. So, the mayor and the finance director have taken, and the election superintendent taken occasion to hear all the documents those, but not cities reported. So that should not happen.
Yeah, I gotta say, y'all, the only place y'all can go is up. I just don't think it get much worse.
How small is
It
it?
was a chaotic matter, yes.
How many people are in the city of Edison?
1,200 people in the city.
1,200.
One of the most rural, remote counties in our state.
Okay.
It's about, you've been to Albany, I doubt you've been to Edison. But if you went about 35 miles to the west, you would find Edison there.
Almost Alabama.
Well, it's pretty, yes, sir.
Well, all right, Chair will entertain a motion on a substantiated allegation number 7.
Make a motion, we issue a letter of reprimand.
There's a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Allegation number 8, poll worker training substantiated.
Yeah, they had no proof that they had conducted the training for poll workers.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
Edison. Edison.
There's no proof that there was a poll worker training. The chair would entertain a motion.
Make a motion, we issue a letter of reprimand. Are you conducting trainings now?
Yes, ma'am. The youth election assistant has been training. Mr. Williams did say that he had engaged in the training provided by the Secretary of State online. Perhaps the Secretary of State might have a record, and I don't know. But
Is there somebody there to receive these letters that we're sending out?
I know.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the question, and I want you to know that the city is in a lot better shape than it was.
Outstanding. There's a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Sir, you are done.
So, what question?
Hey, have a safe trip.
All big facts.
Thank you.
Albany. Thank you for
Owning it.
you're the attorney, the sheriff, and the mayor, right?
Around, and, there is a struggle inside the board of having that money back on everything done, finding people who have the skills to do the jobs necessary done, so there's a problem.
I imagine so. Thank you. Thank you for showing up today. The next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-120. I am going to recuse myself from this case and turn the gavel over to Dr. Johnson. It's a Gilmer County case. I may or may not know the individual involved in this, so I'll let you. I am from LOJ, so I will allow Dr. Johnson to handle this case. Step number 68.
So this case involves the June 18, 2024 general primary nonpartisan general election runoff. And it involves a candidate, Mr. Doug Rink, who visited 8 different polling locations while a candidate. Ultimately, he was contacted by Superintendent Chastain and Chief Registrar Watkins from the county to notify him that what he was doing was a violation of OCGA 21-2-41 or -414 sub D. And ultimately, during an interview, he did admit it, said he was not aware of the law prohibiting that behavior, and that he was basically going there not to campaign, but to check on results, et cetera.
Any questions for the investigator?
I don't know if Mr. Rink's here or not.
Is Mr. Rink?
Yeah. Or my name's Powell, that's Fairman attorney, and it's great also here.
Push your button. Mr. Rink, how long you been in Gilmer County? How long have you been in Gilmer County?
9.
We probably don't know each other. Go ahead. All right.
Go ahead.
Thank you. As this case is about lack of knowledge, though there was a violation that was substantiated here. It was not intentional. It was not willing violation. Mr. Brink was running as a candidate for commissioner post 1, and this was his first time in a political election. It wasn't advised by his campaign liaison that going for that voter turnout data was a violation of the physical presence requirement of subsection D. I think it is noteworthy that there's not any accompanying allegations of violating subsections A through C of section 414. There's no interaction with voters reported. There was no campaigning. There was no exit polling. This was merely a very brief 5 minutes or less visit to the poll to determine exit poll or the voter turnout information. He knew that information was publicly available based on his prior career as a reporter with WSB and other local agencies that had covered election results previously. Simply a mistake of law. Mr. Brink has been taking this very seriously, as I think the prosecutor noted. As soon as he was contacted by the election superintendent, he immediately ceased. He wrote a statement in this accepting responsibility for that mistake of law, and then he's also hired counsel, and together we've had significant conversation about Title 21 and how Section 414 works and for prohibited conduct. But with the limited information we were given from the investigative summary, that would be our response.
Thank you. Is there anybody here from Gilmer County? No. Any questions by the board? I'll entertain a motion.
Ms. Vice Chair, I recommend that we issue a letter of instruction.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0. Next case.
Passing it back so quickly. Thank you. Thank you. Have a safe trip back to Ella J. So you should get up there in time. Say hello to my friends up there. No, I don't have any friends. That's right. Next item on the agenda is SEB 2024-032 White County ADA polling place issue. That's tab number 69.
We're here.
So we received a complaint that White County and specifically a polling location, Town Creek, was not ADA compliant during the November 7th, 2023 municipal election for the city of Helen. The complainant alleged the county has made limited, unsatisfactory improvements to allow voters to access the building to vote. Complainant alleged the parking lot is gravel and there are no ADA parking spaces. A potential violation of SEB Rule 183-1-6.04.5A regarding polling places. So our investigator went out and examined and did note issues with the parking lot, that it was gravel. However, upon looking at the photos, they did have a paved pathway, and they also had 2 handicap parking spots that were designated. One issue that we did note that was in violation was the threshold. According to the ADA, it should be no more than a 1/2 inch, and it was actually 1.5 inches. So the investigator did speak with representatives from the county, and they indicated that they will still be using that location. However, they will place a rubber door threshold to lessen that gap to be within compliance of the ADA requirements.
I was a little confused. Was there an election that actually took place at this location? And I realize y'all went out and looked at it, but the pictures you took, there wasn't any voting going on. So was there voting that actually took place at this location? Because it was a city of Helen, but, identify yourself, please, for the court reporter.
Yes, sir. I'm Joey Holmans, General Counsel for White County. I'm here with our county manager, our election supervisor, and our Board of Elections representative. We take this very seriously. To answer your question, no, there was no election on the date that's alleged, November 7, 2023. City of Helen elections are conducted at City of Helen City Hall, not at this Town Creek location, which is a private facility.
Was there any elections at all going on? Did you early vote there? Did you?
No.
So there was no election for that particular election, there was no voting that took place at that location.
Correct.
Do you dispute that or have any other evidence besides that?
No, we got a complaint from a citizen saying that this location violated.
So,
based on
but you
that-
can't violate something that didn't happen, right? So it's,
Well, it didn't meet the requirements though of the ADA as far as just the threshold.
right, but there was no voting going on, so it's.
This is Gilbert Ewing, Secretary of State, the investigator, did recall that this issue was for the primary election that occurred earlier that year. It was the same condition for the primary election. So there was an election that occurred in which the conditions did not satisfy the
Okay. But is that true?
There is a polling location, remains a polling location. It was just not a polling location on November 7, 2023, as set forth in the investigation summary. And we've addressed the threshold issue that's been mentioned. We'll go one further. White County goes out to this private facility before an election, and they compact the area to meet the ANSI requirements as well as the ADA requirements. We'll go further. We're going to go ahead and pave it. And so that won't be an issue as alleged in the complaint to avoid any subsequent issue. But there was no City of Helen election as set forth in the complaint. Right.
Okay.
And when I say that, just make sure I'm clear. My county manager's making sure I tell y'all accurate. We're going to pave the two handicap parking places, which are the issue before the board, as we understand it.
In the drop zone?
Yes, that's all right. I don't think that's an issue. That's already, the drop zone is already there. It's just, it was a gravel lot for the church uses it as a community room when we don't use it as.
When you have handicap parking spaces, you have to have a drop zone with it where they can access the vehicle, so.
Yes, sir. We'll be compliant. Yes, sir.
Is there any evidence that any voter was unable to access the polling place?
No, this came from a citizen who
Okay,
just filed a complaint. So
thank you.
we didn't get any other complaints of that nature.
I want to thank the county for going so far with a private property that you're willing to invest in that property that you don't even own to make sure that it is accessible, and it will be accessible year round, not just for elections. So that's quite the investment that you're making. And ADA compliance is expensive. But it's important for accessibility. So I really appreciate it seems to me that you're going really above and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. We especially appreciate being behind City of Edison.
Y'all have a mayor? Any further questions from the board?
No.
Well, it does make you look pretty good, doesn't it, when you follow something like that? No further questions. The chair will entertain a motion.
Can I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction?
There's a motion issue of letter of instruction on this. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Member Jeffries. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. When does Oktoberfest start up there? In October? Wow. Have a safe trip back. Thank you for attending. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-049 Floyd County poll worker conduct issue May 2024. General primary is tab number 70. I see Floyd County is here. And even though I'm a proud graduate of Berry College in Rome, Georgia, I will not excuse myself from this case. So.
So the case involves Floyd County. And specifically, this was reported by Aiken Beck, the Floyd County Elections Director. She indicated that a voter identified as Tiffany Lemming contacted her office and alleged that she requested to change her ballot after it was printed, but the request was denied by the poll worker. She was basically told to put her ballot in the scanner and to send it through. After an investigation was conducted, the investigator talked with multiple representatives from the county. No one admitted that they told this lady this information. However, Mrs. Beck, when she queried her staff, some of them were unclear on how to spoil a ballot and were not sure that they could actually do that after a ballot was printed, although obviously it's clear that it's in the law that they can do that. And so ultimately, we sustained this case based on the likelihood of it happening. There was a certain individual that was an assistant manager there that is believed told this lady that, but he denied it and said that he knew how to spoil a ballot, so it was not him. However, ultimately, she did take action. I will give the director credit. She immediately removed the supervision and the staff there that were in charge based on that lack of knowledge by those election workers as it relates to the procedure for spoiling a ballot. So ultimately, we did sustain this case based on that, although no one specifically admitted to not going through with spoiling the ballot.
So the allegation that a voter was denied her the chance to change her vote substantiated.
Yes.
Any questions from the board? Any questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
The respondents in this case are Floyd County Board of Elections. Please introduce yourself to the court reporter and speak slowly for the court reporter so that she can understand you.
I'll try to do that. Chair, thank you. Virginia Harmon. I'm the Floyd County Attorney here on behalf of Floyd County. I'm here today with our Elections Director, Ms. Aiken Beck. I do want to point out this was self-reported by Ms. Beck on behalf of the Floyd County Board of Elections and Registrations. On the day that this incident occurred, Ms. Beck took direct action to get out to the polling place herself as soon as she found out that this occurred. When it appeared that there was any confusion about when or how to spoil a ballot, she actually took over that polling place herself and sent the poll manager and assistant manager and maybe some workers away for additional training. Floyd County has extensive training for our managers, assistant managers, and poll workers. So this was a shock to Beck. She took it incredibly seriously. Those particular individuals were removed and sent for additional training, and our program has incorporated even more training on this point, as it is absolutely clear that this is the incident in which you would need to know how and when to spoil a ballot. That is when the ballot has already been printed, but not yet tabulated. So we've taken all the steps. We'll continue to focus on training, and we feel like Floyd County not only made an immediate response on the day as soon as this became apparent, but took the extraordinary action of putting our director in charge of that polling place. And if it's okay, I'll let Ms. Beck also talk about Vincent. So that day, when coming to you today, we are the reporter. We would like to suggest to the board that this is an appropriate case for a letter of instruction to continue the type of training that Ms. Beck has instituted in Floyd County.
Again, Beck, Floyd County Elections Director. Sorry, I'm losing my voice a little bit. I just want to mirror what Virginia said. We did take immediate action. I pulled myself, one of my election employees, our area manager, and our field technician into that polling location, just to make sure that when we relieved that polling location, that there was enough hands to continue mission. Every single one of my staff, all area managers and our board goes through our poll worker training. We had to pull one with an accompanied affidavit from Polk County to be the assistant manager, just to make sure that we had somebody who went through manager's training as well. But when we went to the polling location, realized that they were even a modicum of unsure of how to spoil a ballot, they could no longer carry out the election event in the standard that we expect from our poll workers. So we took it over with people that understand our standard. They had to be retrained. That team has since got disbanded. So it's not the same team anymore. They're kind of spread out throughout the county. But I mean, we took over as soon as we knew, and I mean, did a lot of extra training. So.
Ms. Beck, are there any questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion on this. SCB 2024-094.
Thank you for taking immediate action and for continuing to train. I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction on SCB 2024-094 and a second from Member Gazal. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Floyd County is up again, SCB 2024-077, tab number 71.
This was a self-report from Floyd County where one of the poll managers had a lanyard on, and when she was walking out to her car, she realized she had the lanyard still on, took it off, walked it back inside, put it in the zippered green bag, but she didn't realize that the card's clip was broken, and so it fell off, and it was in the parking lot. The next morning, when they realized, they went looking for the orange card, and it was located in the parking lot. Video was reviewed, and nobody touched the card, nobody entered the building. Potential violations, Rule 183, 112.041.
Ms. Beck, do you want to address that?
Briefly, again, we're just two. City of Edson still beats us hands down. I think. No, again, this was self-reported. Quite honestly, when Ms. Beck contacted our office and we looked at the rules, we weren't completely sure that a broken lanyard was where there was no password associated with the card. There was no indicia that there was any security breach at all. It was an accident. The lanyard just broke. But we went the extra mile of reporting just in case it was an issue. Ms. Beck can go into what we've done to even address the possibility that we could have another accident like this. My request, because again, I'm not sure that a broken piece of equipment is actually a violation of the rule, but we are asking that this case be dismissed.
Ms. Beck?
You guys always ask what we did to fix it. So it was an honest mistake that the card broke off and was in the parking lot. Like they mentioned, we did have security footage and a security system in the building. It was not tampered with. We had already had a policy that the password was not stored with the actual card, so there's really not much you can do with the card by itself. But from that point on, because it was an early voting site, so they do 3 full weeks, and it was a remote site, not in our actual building. So now they turn in their security keys into a sealed clear bag that is housed with our area manager. So they have to sign it in and out and track the seal on it each night. That way they're looking to make sure with their set of eyes that we actually have all the equipment. So that seal tracking is retained, but it's in the system, and we sent a memo out that same day. So that system changed that day that we discovered it.
Any questions from the board? Members Law?
Just one question. What would that card have given access to a third party to?
By itself, nothing. So you have to have that card as well as access to the equipment altogether. So you have to have that card and a password to get into anything. But the doors were locked. Again, there's security system and external cameras. So
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the board? The chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion, we dismiss this case.
We have a motion to dismiss case SCB 2024-077. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to dismiss this case. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing this case signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Thank you, Floyd County.
Thank you for self-reporting.
Go back and cheer on our Berry College Vikings. Not shorter, Berry. Okay. Next item on the agenda is boy, Athens, Clark County is, they're getting close to Edison there. SCB 2023-079, Athens, Clark County, improper absentee ballot processing, November 2023, tab number 72 in your binder. Is there anybody from Athens, Clark County here? Okay.
Okay, so basically this case involves a situation in which a seasonal poll worker, while mailing out absentee ballots, she inadvertently failed to place the county's return address on the ballot envelopes. So a number of those ballots, actually 95, were returned to the Secretary of State's election division, and they were able to be sent out. However, 11 of the ballots showed up after the election. So that means that obviously 11 individuals were disenfranchised based on the error in mailing. So based on that, we did find evidence to indicate that there was a violation of OCGA 21-2-384 sub B, which states on the face of such envelope shall be printed the name and address of the Board of Registrars or absentee ballot clerk. So.
Could you press your button, please? So the respondents in this case are Alva Rawls and Athens, Clark County elections.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. This is Courtney Davison with the County Attorney's Office in Athens, Park County. I have Ms. Rawls with me, but I'll be representing her.
Slow down so corporate can.
I'll be representing her as well as the county.
All right. If you'd like to respond to.
Yes, sir. Well, first, let me object to the comparison to the city of Edison. As you introduced us, I don't think we're quite at that level. Indeed, we do acknowledge the incident did occur. There was a failure in the step to stamp the oath envelopes with the return address. To our knowledge, it's the first and only occurrence of this. And I know that there were 11 that were received by the Secretary of State's office after the election and were not counted. It's unclear to us from the incident report and the investigation report whether or not it was this error that caused that. I don't know that they would have been received by our office if they had been properly stamped. I don't know when they were sent, for example. we did what we could to mitigate all of the harm that we could, including meeting with the Secretary of State's office on election day to retrieve ballots. And then we put measures in place to ensure that this won't happen again, and it certainly hasn't. Those measures include adding an additional member to the team who's tasked with reviewing everything before it goes to the post office, additional signage in our work area, and additional training.
Tell me how it happened.
It's just also big.
I had run out of the yellow,
Please identify yourself for the.
I'm sorry, Alpha Rawls, Rawles. I had run out of the envelopes. We set the packs together. Create the packs, but I had run out of those and I lifted a box from the shelf. And there was a card on the front of it showing that that was the envelope inside. I did not realize that they had not been stamped at all. And once we found, and the way that we placed them in the envelope, it was placed downward into the envelope. So we didn't know that until after we started getting calls from the from up here that in fact that had happened. So we went back. It only occurred on that one day. We went back and went through all of the envelopes to make sure that they were stamped in 2024 as well as this year, and that has not occurred since. But we also have someone else look at each one of the packs before it's sent out with the absentee ballot to ensure that that won't happen again. But we checked the box 2 and 3 times in order to ensure that every one of them was stamped.
Ms. Rawls, how long have you been an election worker?
7, 8 years.
7 years, okay. Any questions from the board?
Are there any new procedures in place to ensure this doesn't happen again, or just?
Yes, ma'am. As Ms. Rawls spoke to, there's an additional person whose tasks include double checking those matters. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman.
Some result?
Ms. Davis, do you happen to know what the local USPS routing is? Like, does mail in and out of Athens, Clark County have to go to a central processing area? I'm just trying to figure out whether or not by having to go from Athens, Clark County to the capital would have a different sort of, if it was a local voter returning that absentee ballot, whether it would be more likely to make it on time if it went straight to that office versus going to the Capitol, because I think most people understand that the single biggest reason for a rejection of an absentee ballot is voters just wait too long, they mail it too late. And so there may not have been any way for these ballots to make it, but some of that's going to depend on USPS routing.
Yes, ma'am. I understand the question. And it's actually that's been a very moving target in Athens where our mail goes before it gets to us. Do either one of you know? Our understanding is that it is routed to Atlanta before it comes back to Athens at this point. I'm not sure about the November 24 election, but I believe that was the case.
Okay, so it's, if that is the case, then it's actually more likely than not that ballots that mailed to Atlanta never would have made it in time to be counted to begin with. There's no way to know that for sure, but.
No way to know that for sure. Yes, ma'am.
Disenfranchising voters is a big deal.
Yes, ma'am. We take it seriously.
Dr. Johnson?
And Mr. Chair, just another case to demonstrate why we should have as little absentee voting as possible, and we should encourage voting in person at the polling place. The reliability of the USPS is not very good these days, and the routing sounds like it makes it even more complicated for the voter to rely on getting a ballot by absentee.
Really? We're in recess.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm tempted. I'm taking.
Sorry, Athens, sorry, Floyd left. I'm not coming back if we do this again. Rick left, I can leave too. We're still dealing with SEB 2023-079. I forget where we were at on this. SEB 2023-079, improper absentee ballot processing, where they sent out a lot of ballots. Were there any further questions for Athens Clark County on this case? Resolve? No? No, Johnson? The chair will entertain a motion.
I think we kind of tone
Between,
on, make a motion, we issue a letter of reprimand.
we have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand on SCB 2023-079 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. And I think the reason for that is just because of the scope of it and the fact that there were some voters that were disenfranchised from it. So
Yes, sir. We acknowledge the seriousness of that.
good. Next is SCB 2024-056, which is tab number 73 in your binder. No, I'm sorry. We need to come push.
Okay, all right. So this case involves Athens Clark County and a missing voter access card. This was self-reported from Charlotte Sosaby, the director of Athens Clark County Board of Elections and Voter Registration. Apparently on November 8th, 2023, a yellow bag, zipper pouch that contained the voter access cards was checked, and they realized that they only had 14 out of the 15 voter access cards. Ultimately, our investigator spoke with one of the supervisors there, Jack Bush. He advised that the access cards were secured on November 6th. He didn't remove them. On November 7th, 6 a.m., he arrived at the polling place, set up the manager's table, cut the seal on the pouch, removed the contents, but he did not count the access cards. He advised that throughout the day, all the cards were in circulation and used, but not counted. He realized at the end of the night that one of the access cards was missing. He did not report it immediately because there wasn't a standard operating procedure for how to handle a lost or missing voter access card, but made the appropriate correction on the memory card bag checklist. So ultimately, our investigator requested the poll pad and scanner recap sheets for the precinct, which were provided. The closing counts on both sheets matched. So ultimately, we determined a potential violation of Rule 183-1-12-0.06, sub 4 and 5, handling of the voting system, and also 183-1-12-0.06, sub 6, that says that the election superintendent shall notify the Secretary of State of any instance of unaccounted for components of the voting system as soon as possible, in that this was not reported to the Secretary of State for a 3-week period.
So it was substantiated, and I think that 21 days after it came up missing is when it was reported. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't specify a time, but soon as possible is not 3 weeks. But obviously that's up to
The
the board to
respondents,
decide.
Jack Bush and Charlotte Sosby.
Yes, sir. Brittany Davis again on behalf of the county. Jack Bush couldn't be with us today, so I'll be representing him. Director Sosby is no longer employed by the county. I have brought our current director, but Charlotte Sosby does not work for Athens Clarke County any longer.
Good.
Certainly we acknowledge that the incident took place. It's unclear how the card went missing. I know that the investigator noted that Mr. Bush didn't count the cards when he first received them. It could have been at that juncture. It could have been prior to that juncture, though we believe it probably went missing over the course of the day. It's also unclear why there was a delay in the reporting. We haven't been able to ascertain that from Ms. Sosby's notes. Although it was self-reported, we've always been very diligent about self-reporting. I think I'm led to believe that she only came to know about the incident at that point and reported it when she could, but I don't know that for sure. We have put measures in place to keep track, more regular track of the access cards over the course of the day, and you'll see that in a later matter. But the measures include counting and logging those every hour. So that we can keep track of them every day. And then we've added additional poll workers that are stationed at the exits, at the scanners to retrieve those cards.
In the past, you didn't have people retrieving them at the exit?
We did. We just have additional people. Additional. Yes, sir.
Any questions from the board? Resolve?
For the sake of the record, if some voter or someone with ill intent had one of these voter access cards, what would they have been able to do with a single card?
Nothing. The piece, after it's done being used, it's a piece of plastic.
Thank you.
Johnson?
More stable.
Yes.
If BMDs were not used, we wouldn't need voter access cards, correct?
That is correct.
That's correct. So that we wouldn't have to count every hour if we were simply.
We wouldn't have to count voter access cards every
That's
time.
right.
Yes. Yes.
Right. Okay. Were the ballots in the ballot box counted to make sure that they were the same number as on the ballot recap sheets or the
ballots?
right?
I don't know this. That wasn't the subject of the investigation, so
just was that a process at Athens, Clarke County?
I'll have to defer to staff. No.
Any further questions? Chair will entertain a motion on SCB 2024-056.
And we reissue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction on SCB 2024-056 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved by a vote of 3-0. The next item on the agenda, SCB 2024-239. It's tab number 74.
It was alleged that Clarke County's Elections Office mailed a second absentee ballot to 725 Clarke County voters prior to the general primary. Ms. Sosby stated that on October 24th, 2024, she received numerous calls from voters claiming they received more than one absentee ballot in the mail. She immediately began investigating the matter and found out that on October 8th, a voter report upload had been duplicated and uploaded twice by Ms. Osby by mistake to Fort Orange Press, a third-party ballot packaging vendor, resulting in more than one ballot being mailed to 725 Clark County voters. That she uploaded the one report on the evening on October 8th, and on October 9th, she accidentally uploaded the same report. She advised that 5 additional steps were put in place to ensure that the duplicate ballots that were issued would not be processed. See report for further on that. We did not find any violations to this.
So there was no violations found. This board has heard this type of case before where absentee ballots have been issued multiple times, and the board voted during those times to issue a letter of instruction on the proper way to do that, since there was no actual violation that was found. Member Gazal?
I recognize and appreciate that the rules and our laws don't contemplate this. Our laws have to contemplate this. And I would ask that if we have any sort of running list of recommendations to give the legislature, that we add a prohibition on sending multiple ballots to a voter without canceling or without an application. Because 725 loose ballots. I mean, I'm glad that they identified it. I'm glad that they developed a methodology for making sure that those ballots weren't counted twice.
Yeah.
But there's got to be, we need a legislature.
If you would like to prepare a letter that we can, I'd be glad to sign it to send to the legislature, if the board's okay with that.
Very happy to.
Okay, then if you'll prepare the letter, I will sign it. We'll send it to the legislature.
But let me add, there is a reason, it's in the code that a second ballot may be sent to a voter who has not received a ballot.
But
in this context.
Circumstance, we've got to be able to. Yeah, there are absolutely reasons for sending a second ballot, but I have a problem with letting this.
I have a problem with unsolicited sending of ballots, which is what this is essentially. And there should be a ballot application.
Yeah.
Right, for every ballot that is sent out.
If you'll write the letter, if you'll just send it to the whole board so we can review it, and we'll do that.
Mr. Chair, this is yet another reason to limit absentee voting by mail. This case of sending 725 absentee ballots that are duplicate out into the county election is concerning. That we don't have better control of this, and that really absentee voting should be an exception, a really prescribed, careful, small group of voters who really need the ability to vote absentee.
Any further questions or comments from the board? The chair will entertain a motion on SCB 2024-239.
So Chair, I make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction.
Motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second? Second by Member Gazal. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction on SCB 2024-239 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved by a vote of 3-0. Sorry you didn't get to respond on that one, but we've been down this road before. The next agenda item on the agenda is SCB 2024-161 Athens Clark County Polling Precinct Assignment Issues, tab number 75.
The Secretary of State received a complaint from William Gaston alleging that he and his wife, which have the same residential address, were assigned to different election day polling precincts during the 2024 general primary. They were assigned the same election day polling precinct during the PPP. The elections assistant, Pam Long, determined that a redistricting street change had occurred on April 23rd, 2024. And when Mr. Gaston's voter profile was processed by an elections worker or through an automated process, the incorrect precinct was selected due to multiple street segments not being retired in the Jarvis system. The change in precinct did not change the voting combo or voting districts, only the assigned election day polling precinct. As the voting combos and districts were at the same at both precincts, the candidates on the ballot were the same at both locations. Ms. Long indicated that all voters who were affected during the redistricting assignment to include Mr. Gaston were mailed out new precinct cards. Ms. Long indicated that she would be in contact with the Secretary of State's office systems team for assistance in removing all of the retired segments to avoid selecting incorrect street segments in the future. Ms. Long was able to quickly resolve the issue, and Mr. Gaston's assigned polling precinct is now accurately reflecting the correct information. Potential violations, OCGA 212226, subsection B for Athens Clarke County elections.
Respondents, Athens Clarke County elections.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Courtney Davis again for Athens Clarke County. We acknowledge that there certainly was an error. It was remediated immediately. This was the result of an issue within Jarvis about the street segments not being retired, despite our sort of repeated pleas by staff to have them so retired. It was actually a Secretary of State's investigator who actually helped us to ultimately retire those street segments so that we wouldn't make the error again.
Any questions from the board on this case?
Have there been any discussions with the Secretary of State's office to see how to prevent this from recurring? Because street segments and assignments are incredibly tedious and error prone. So when there are multiple street segments that are overlapping, which is what it sounds like, and some needed to be taken away so that only one was available. And I could see this happening in other jurisdictions. So have there been any discussions?
Yeah, it certainly can. Pam Long is our interim director. She may be able to speak to those conversations. Could you repeat the question for me again, please?
Have you had discussions with the appropriate offices within the Secretary of State or even just your liaison on how to prevent this from happening in the future? Because every time there's a redistricting, the reassignment of street segments happens. Anytime there's development, you get new streets, you've got new street segments, and that might shift. So when old street segments and new street segment definitions are in the same database, you're still going to run this problem, this risk. Are they trying to fix it?
Yes, ma'am, they have fixed the problem. Okay, have spoken with them and then they alleviated the segments that were not active and they have been retired.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion on SCB 2024-161.
I move we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from member Johnston. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. A letter of instruction will be issued. Oh, look, another one from Athens. Next case on the agenda is SCB 2024-065, Athens Clarke County missing voter access card.
This was a self-report from Charlotte Sosby, the director of Athens Clarke County Board of Elections. She advised that the poll manager, Alice, advised that on March 12th, she opened the polling place at 7 a.m. They counted the voter access cards every hour on the hour. And between 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. during lunch break, one of the voter access cards was missing. They advised everyone help looking for the card, but they were unable to locate it. Alice advised that there were two people who performed the scanner position, and one person would take the voter access card and the other would tell voters to check their ballot. Alice advised that the workers rotated one by one during this break, and she couldn't remember who worked the scanner during the lunch break.
I think that's enough. We heard a substantially similar case just a few minutes ago before the fire alarm.
If I may, although in this case, our new policies were in place. And so there was an hourly check of the voter access cards, an hourly count of them, in addition to the additional staff. And so we were able to catch it and report it much more quickly than the previous case.
How soon did you report it? Last time was 21 days.
The investigator may have access to that information, but
That's okay.
immediately, yes.
Chair will entertain a motion if there's no more questions.
Mr. Chair, I move that we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instructions. Or a second?
Second.
Second from Member King. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Like Jonathan.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved by a vote of 3-0.
It's easy, this is the first. Should we go to Clark County?
It wasn't Clark County.
Okay.
It was a guy named Clark. Yeah. Thank you, Athens, Clark County. Safe travels.
I appreciate it.
Did you say he wanted to stay longer?
No, I'm sure we'll be back.
It was a pleasure having you here today. The next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-220 Hall County. Removal of ballot from polling station. That's tab number 77.
Secretary of State's office initiated this investigation following an inspection at polling station number 23 at the Gainesville First Church of the Nazarene, located in Gainesville, Georgia. Our investigator was approached by a polling manager who advised that early in the day between 8 and 9 a.m., an unknown voter walked away from the polling location with their printed paper ballot. Investigation revealed that both tabulators working the scanner at the time of the incident observed the respondent walk out of the polling place with a folded sheet of paper. Both tabulators identified the same female voter 8 months after the incident during a photo array. That individual, Kimberly Perez, claimed that she was given a sample ballot while checking in at the polling pad, and after casting her vote on the BMD, she said she printed her ballot and handed it to the female tabulator, who subsequently gave her an "I voted" sticker. The investigator later requested additional information from county representatives who provided documentation showing a touchscreen and ballot recap with 969 votes, along with the scanner report showing 963 votes. Along with the 963 votes recorded by the scanner, there were 5 provisional ballots, bringing the total to 968, reflecting the 1 vote that was not scanned, that was printed. Now, this is a circumstantial case because Mrs. Perez indicated she denied that she did take her ballot out of the polling location, but based on the circumstances, they identified the folded up sheet of paper that appeared to be a ballot, but they couldn't identify it as one. We wrote it up the way that we wrote it up, and it is here before you now.
Well, it appears to be a little bit more than circumstantial in that you had people that witnessed her leading with a piece of paper. She had a piece of paper and you're missing a ballot.
Sure.
And everybody in prison is innocent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Ms. Perez here? Lori Wertz, who is,
She wasn't given.
she
wasn't, she's not listed as a respondent, so she would not have received notice.
Miss Perez is a respondent. Kimberly Perez.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Lori Wertz has.
No, I was looking if.
Oh, got it.
In the summary, she's listed, I'm sorry.
Miss Wertz is on the phone. If the board has any questions for Miss Wertz.
Seems to me that the county did everything they could.
Yeah.
Yep. Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions for Miss Wertz on this case? Miss Wertz is the
Superintendent?
Director of Hall County.
No questions.
No question?
No.
But we don't have any questions on this case, but there's one more coming, so. Are there any questions of the investigator for this case?
No questions for the investigator, but I've worked in a polling place And it's not unusual for a voter to have a sample of a ballot that they've printed from home or a piece of paper that someone has given them that may look like a ballot. I would be reluctant to find a violation for this person without the real evidence that that was a ballot they were walking out with. I mean, if she had said, yeah, this is my ballot, I'm leaving, but to just say, I saw a piece of paper, I cannot support a violation of this case.
Even though they were short one ballot?
Even though they were short one ballot, how do you know that was this voter? There are so many voters that come in with a piece of paper in their hand. Their mother gave it to them, or their daughter gave it to their mother to go in and say, take this paper with you so you'll, know who to vote for. So, just seeing a piece of paper is not evidence of walking out with a ballot.
Yeah, I mean, it appears she may have handed over the sample ballot and walked out with the actual ballot.
Because the vote count there was a discrepancy one. I mean, I could see issuing a letter of instruction to Ms. Perez. But that's as far as I'm willing to go.
Yeah.
I think this is genuinely just a mistake.
The chair will entertain a motion on this case.
I move we issue a letter of instruction to Ms. Perez with regard to.
There's a motion to issue a letter of instruction on SCB 2024-220. Is there a second?
Second.
The second, Member King. Any discussion?
Again, is Ms. Perez the voter?
Yes.
Yes.
Did Ms. Perez say she was walking out with a ballot?
Yeah, well, she said that.
She denied it. She did not. She denied it.
She provided.
And she was
And she walked
provided
out with
with
the
a
sample.
sample ballot?
Yeah.
I don't know how I could come to a conclusion that she walked out with the ballot.
Well, I mean, it does say here that she said, I'm okay, I'm fine, I've done everything already. So I'm assuming, that's what I was assuming, that she handed them the sample ballot and carried the actual ballot out versus, doing it in reverse, which would explain why the count was off.
Yes. There's a motion on the table.
The first time voting too, I'll just put that in there just as additional information.
Okay, yeah.
So.
There's a motion on the table to issue a letter of instruction. In a second, any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Hi.
Any opposition?
No.
Good. Motion passes 2-1. 2-1. He left after the fire alarm. He said he wasn't coming back. I told him.
Smart.
He said something about being afraid to be in this building anymore. I don't know. The next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-210 Hall County photography of ballot post on social media 2024. The respondent in this case is we heard part of it yesterday. What we're hearing today is the portion related to Andrew Alexander Clark. Is Mr. Clark here? No. Good. We heard the portion of Mr. Dean yesterday. So,
Okay. This is very similar to what was heard yesterday. Basically, ballot was posted on a social media thread discovered by our investigator. He was able to track it down to Mr. Andrew Alexander Clark. Ultimately, he called Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark ultimately responded to a letter that was sent out by that investigator via email, stated he was unaware that he was not allowed to photograph the machine, but had since deleted the post on social media and his entire social media account. So the investigator was able to identify Mr. Clark through a driver's license photo tied to his, compare that to his social media account photos.
they deleted everything since then.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions?
We issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Member King. All those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Letter of instruction passes by a vote 3-0. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024. We heard the Haralson County case, by the way. SCB 2024-028 Cherokee County Union Hill Community Center issues. That's tab number 80.
Investigators spoke with Pat Abbott, who's a Union Hill Community Center polling manager. Abbott stated that a female named Suzanne Chapman entered the polling location on March 12th, 2024 at approximately 4:20. She was wearing a Joe Biden t-shirt. She was asked to cover the shirt. She said no. She had a sweater with her. She put the sweater on but wouldn't cover the photo. They said she was getting loud and boisterous, so they asked her to step away into a different area. She was, Abbott stated she asked Chapman to cover the shirt again. She said she didn't have to. She told Chapman the election laws did not allow the wearing of campaign attire inside a polling location. She replied that she was not campaigning and began video recording with her phone. They got back and forth. She started yelling at the staff, using profanity, said that her father fought in World War II. This was her right to do this. Abbott stated there were other electors voting inside the polling location while this was happening. She offered a clip so she could put the sweater closed. Chapman refused. She was escorted out by the police after they called 911, so she did not vote. Prior to her leaving, she called the staff Nazis and refused, saying she was going to sue the county. Potential violations: 212414, subsection A 1, 2, and 3. OCGA 212413, subsection E. For Suzanne Chapman.
If Suzanne Chapman is responding, is Miss Chapman here? Well, that's unfortunate. Did she make threats to anybody besides just threatening to sue?
Not that I'm aware of. She was calling names and using the F word.
She was calling them names?
She was yelling, well, Nazi, I would call that a name.
Oh. Was that any type of crime?
Oh, but she's not here. Just send it.
Is there any kind of misdemeanor assault or anything?
911, the police were there. She was escorted out. They called the police.
I'm ready to make.
She was escorted out of the building.
Any questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion.
Yeah, I make a motion. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I make a motion. We refer this to the AG's office.
We have a motion to refer case SCB 2024-028 to the Attorney General's office. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of sending this case to the Attorney General's office, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? The chair is going to exercise his right to vote and vote aye also on this one. I think that there is no place in our election system for this kind of behavior. So,
Mr. Chair,
yes, Dr. Johnson.
may I also say, after reviewing this case, I was wondering about all of these cases of wearing T-shirts or campaign paraphernalia into polling places in the 150-foot campaigning law. And so I went back and reviewed several years of our cases, and the cases, as far as the findings and what we decide, range from really the gamut, from a simple letter of instruction to referral to the AG. And the difference seems to mostly result from the circumstance like this, where there's a refusal, there's other actions such as yelling at the poll workers or taking videos that would warrant that it needs a stronger response. Although occasionally we do have cases, we had a case that a voter walked into a place with some campaign clothing on and had no altercation and no special circumstance, but it was referred, it was recommended to be referred to the Attorney General. And the case was leaked to the press as a possible something to report on, which sounded like a little bit of a political move to embarrass someone. So I think we need to be very careful when we're considering these cases that the recommendations can vary from a simple letter of instruction. Oh, I didn't know, I'm sorry, or I go change my shirt or something, or hat or something, to that we need to send a stronger message and refer this to the Attorney General.
Yeah, I want to concur with that. I know that every member of this board was threatened last year during the election season, and some of us received death threats and otherwise. And when you have cases of people acting that badly, it takes a much stronger action than just a slap on the wrist. There's absolutely no place at all in our election system for any types of threats or verbal abuse or anything like that. And I will personally recommend any kind of action we can against those kind of people. So.
Thank you very much. And I would even go further to say name calling and labeling oftentimes can be quite inflammatory and insightful. And in this world where there are mentally unstable people, that sometimes gets construed as a message to go to act or do something for the against or about that labeled or name, that person that would receive some sort of name calling, an inflammatory name like Nazi. So I caution everyone to be careful how you speak of others and to be factual and respectful.
The next item on the agenda is SCB 2023-040 Cherokee County Improper Municipal Qualifying Procedures. Is tab number 81.
This complaint originated from Cherokee County Elections Director Andover regarding the city of Waleska, the city clerk holding a candidacy qualifications earlier than specified in the state election laws. Dover stated that on August 9th, 2023, Janice Judge, Cherokee County Elections Assistant Director, received an email from Smith who stated she had 4 people to qualify to this point. Dover stated she and Judge immediately contacted Smith to let her know that she, Smith, could not hold qualifying until August 21st through the 25th, 2023, per the code section. Dover stated that Smith was unaware of this code and stated she had been told by the previous director that she could hold qualifying whenever she wanted to. Dover stated that Smith told her that she was holding candidate qualifications whenever she wanted for the past 6 years. Dover stated she changed the qualifying dates for August 2023 because she was scheduled to be on vacation during the week of 21st to the 25th of August. Dover suggested to Smith that she speak with her city attorney to determine how to correct this, and she also recommended that she obtain an elections code book along with speaking with city clerks about the related election duties. Potential violations: Robin Smith, City of Waleska, OCGA 21-2-131A1A.
Good afternoon, Zach.
Wait a minute. Did we receive something pass up the board on this one?
Yeah, it says here.
It's in there?
Yeah, I have another.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. The respondent in this is the Robin Smith, the city of Waleska, city manager for city of Waleska. Now you may proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. I'm Zachary Braz. I'm representing Ms. Smith this afternoon. To give the board a little additional context as far as both the facts of this case and Waleska generally. Waleska is actually smaller, I believe, than the city of Edison. To my knowledge, I don't think the city of Waleska has more than 1,000 people in it.
You're not getting out that easy.
Hey, fair. There's more to the story here, Mr. Chairman. There's more to the story. But with that being said, when my client became the city manager / city clerk for the city of Waleska back in 2017, she actually replaced the only other person in the office at the time. And from what I understand, it was a fairly short turnover period where the instruction that my client was ultimately given was fairly limited. And so with that being the case, my client sought the advice of the county election office, specifically Kim Stansel, who I believe, apologies for the ambiguity, I believe she was either the director or assistant director of the county election office at the time. She inquired with the office as to the procedures for holding qualifiers as far as the advertising for the qualifiers as well as the timeline for holding them. And I would correct actually the report on that and what my client was told. She was not told that she can hold the qualifiers whenever she felt. She was actually told that she could hold them at any point within the month of August, which is what my client ultimately did. So initially, of course, this happened in 2019 with the qualifiers then. Nothing was done about the irregularity at that point following those qualifiers. So with that being the case, my client, again, followed through and did the same thing in 2023. It was at that point in August that she was informed that this was an irregularity and that it was against the code section. And after that point, my client took all actions available to her to correct the irregularity to the best of her ability at that point. And I would add in closing that my client actually did retire as the city clerk / city manager back in June of this year.
Was it because of this?
I don't believe so. Rob, do you want to speak to that?
It was for medical reasons. As you can tell, I can hardly talk.
Good. Are there any questions from the board, Member Gazal?
First, a little claim to fame, or just, I'm related to, if your numbers are correct, I'm related to 0.5% of the population of Waleska, Georgia. And just a question, are you working more closely with the county election office to just verify, confirm all of the dates and requirements now?
Again, I'm only representing Ms. Smith in this matter. I don't represent the city or the county more generally. So, okay.
Is somebody here from the city?
Yeah.
So, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman of the board. My name is Madison Tucker, and I'm here on behalf of the city attorney for City of Waleska. John Meyer of my office, my colleague, he had sent your board a letter regarding measures that the city has taken to ensure that these errors are not made again. But I'm of course happy to speak to those measures that have been taken here today as well.
The board received a letter from Mr. Meyer. Passed around to everybody. Yes. Yep.
Would you like me to speak to those measures?
Will the board need to consider anything else from that?
Okay, thank you very much.
Tell Mr. Meyer, I appreciate him saying that to us. It was very helpful. So.
Absolutely. Regret he couldn't be here today, but he drew the short straw of being in St. Time, so we'll forgive us. Poor guy. I know.
Any further questions or comments from the board? Chair will entertain a motion on this.
I move we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction on SCB 2023-040. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just thanks to Ms. Smith, even though she's no longer with the city, for coming and representing herself. Thank you.
All those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. I'm doing better, aren't I, with slowing, just for you. The next case on the agenda is SCB 2024-086. Franklin County voting before polls opened May 2024. Thank you, Cherokee County and City of Waleska.
He doesn't know it.
Please proceed.
So this case involves Franklin County. On May 21st, 2024, Georgia Secretary of State personnel were monitoring the e-pulse system. And they noticed that there was a check-in at 6:30 a.m. in Franklin County. Ultimately, in checking those records, they learned that poll worker Joanne Butler checked in. Bonnie Maiden, who also worked for the county, is the one who allowed her to check in. Ultimately, she did not put her ballot through the scanner until after 7. The first vote was at 7:01. However, obviously, checking in before 7 o'clock is a violation of state statutes that say that polls open at 7 o'clock and close at 7 p.m. So when she was interviewed, she said she just wanted to be the first person to vote at the precinct. That was her voting precinct, and she wanted to be the first one there. Mrs. Maiden said that she thought it was after 7 o'clock. That's why she allowed her to check in.
With the respondents in this case are Joanne Butler and Bonnie Greer Maiden. Are they here? No. But yes, they are.
Hello, okay, we're on now. I am Summer Giles on behalf of Franklin County. I am not sure if Ms. Butler or the other respondent is here, but I'm here to speak on behalf, if you will.
So both of them?
No, just on behalf of Franklin County.
Okay.
Summer Giles, that's Giles, and I'm joined here by our new election supervisor, Ms. Bridges, and Board of Elections member, Ms. Whitby. And yes, we agree, this was a violation. Joanne Butler did attempt to vote early. The county takes this very seriously. I will note that Ms. Butler is no longer a poll worker for Franklin County. When our poll manager at that location became aware of this, she immediately reported it to the current election supervisor that was on duty at that time. And the county self-reported this incident and of course spoke to Ms. Butler regarding the training she had had that did make very clear that polls do not open until 7 a.m. Moving forward, I'm very proud of the efforts we have made. So we are incorporating our existing elections training program that we have into just an even more robust program. So Franklin County recently brought on an elections integrity consultant. She has been incredible. We've had, she has decades of experience. We've already had multiple training sessions with Board of Elections officials in anticipation of our upcoming election in October. This training will, of course, continue even after that October election, and the end result will be this new and improved set of training materials, but also a physical hard copy comprehensive guide with directives to be sure that this never happens again. We will, be using this early vote incident as a sort of case study included in those materials to let poll managers and workers, know to be prepared for something like this and to make sure it is avoided at all costs. There is also mandatory training for both poll managers and poll workers that has already been scheduled for the coming weeks so that we can be sure that training is fresh again on everyone's minds before we get to these October elections. Again, we take this violation very seriously. I appreciate the opportunity to share with you all the training efforts we have because we discuss them almost daily and we're very proud of the progress we've made. Thank you.
Do you know if there were other voters in the poll at the time?
As far as lined up outside waiting,
Yeah.
we are unsure, Mr. Chair.
Any questions from the board? Dr. Johnson,
No question.
you have a question?
No.
The chair will entertain a motion
Make a motion, we issue a letter of reprimand.
for the poll workers.
Yes.
We have a motion to issue a letter of recommend for the poll workers, Joanne Butler and Bonnie Greer Madden. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to issue a letter of reprimand. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Thank you for attending. Yeah, it's just bad form. The last case on our agenda is SEB 2023-066 Gwinnett County Voter Residency Challenge. This is a continued case. It's tab number 83.
So this case was heard at the last meeting for one of the voters. The issue were two voters that had moved out of state and they continued to vote in Gwinnett County. The one voter was issued an LOI at the first meeting, but the second voter wasn't available.
Which voter are we talking about today?
Yarborough, I believe.
Yarborough, okay.
So Wycliffe Lovelace voted in person 4 times in Gwinnett County after selling his residence in Grayson, Georgia, August of 2020, and purchasing a residence in Huntersville, North Carolina.
So he lived in North Carolina, he continued to vote in Gwinnett County.
Yes. He stated that due to his business being in Georgia, he spends a lot of time at the residence of his mother-in-law in DeKalb County. But during the follow-up communication, he did invoke his right to counsel. The attorney contacted this office and advised that Lovelace has a business in Gwinnett and he never voted in North Carolina and thought he could still vote in Georgia. He has since changed his registration from Georgia to North Carolina. Possible violations of OCGA 21-2-216A 4 and 21-2-217A 4 and 5.
I'm sorry, you said Yarborough, this is Lovelace we're putting on today, right? Lovelace is in North Carolina.
Was the first?
That's right. This is Lovelace today.
Yeah.
Lovelace today.
Right, okay. Right.
Yes.
Is Mr. Lovelace here? He's invoked his right to counsel.
He was the one, he had emailed you, well, I think everyone on that email chain, but saying how the attorney would come if you were gonna give him something stronger than an LOI, but other than that, he wasn't gonna, he didn't think it was worth his time to travel from wherever he was coming to speak to the day. But that was for the July meeting. I don't know who was notified for this meeting.
Hey, if he doesn't think it's important. Any further questions?
No.
Council received full notice for this meeting. I have the
The chair will entertain a motion.
move we bind this over to the Attorney General's office.
This is a voter out of state voting, do you want to go to the AG or you want to go to the district attorney?
Say AG.
AG.
So then the AG can advise if they believe that there are any criminal complaints. Criminal statutes.
How about both?
Yeah, I think it's.
Would you,
And then the district attorney can, yes, I will amend my motion to refer it to the Gwinnett County District Attorney as well as the Attorney General's office.
we have a motion to refer this to the Gwinnett County DA and the Attorney General. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to refer this. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of sending this case to the Attorney General and the Gwinnett County DA signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. By a vote of 3-0. Thank you so very much for all your hard work. We appreciate all of you. For another very successful state election board meeting. Including the fun of fire drills. So. Just because you're here for us.
And it's around the morning.
What county?
Can I see your paper, please?
Originally, the letter I first got, which has my page number on it.
027. Just heard yesterday.
Oh,
6, I'm sorry, 064.
but the letter I did feel like had that as a couple of those, and the rest of the case wasn't the Biden case. I don't know if that lady even got notification that she was supposed to be here.
Yeah, he was. He did that yesterday.
Okay, Jackson, 27.
Here it is, Jackson. Jackson County.
Is that yesterday?
Are you the respondent?
Oh, he was missed.
064.
But they had, they got worse, and then everything. Because it's not safe.
Case was dismissed yesterday. Are you the respondent or?
That didn't change.
You know what, your case was dismissed.
So. I'm sorry, I sat here all day.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it was heard yesterday, it was dismissed. What's the education you've gotten in the last 2 days?
Well. That notification. And I only got this today. I got things next year.
This is Jack. So there was some other.
Oh, if you cut that, the other thing that I had that was,
You're not in trouble. You're good to go. Yeah, you can jump. Thank you very much.
It was dismissed.
It was dismissed yesterday. I don't know why you were told to show up today. Yeah.
Yeah, originally, if you remember, myself, I have to. Yeah,
That's right.
and we moved some cases around, try to accommodate. That's the point.
Did you have a question?
No.
Okay.
I believe at the last meeting, the board voted to give the executive director the authority to schedule and post meetings and work with the Secretary of State's IT department to post those meetings on the website as we typically do. And there was some hesitancy on your part, and you said you'd take it under advisement, I believe, and I just would like to follow up and see if there's any clarification as to the vote of the board and that action.
Well, as I stated at the last meeting, in my opinion, the code is either contradictory or unclear as to who gets to set the time and date of the meetings. I will commit to work with the executive director and members of this board to schedule and handle all meetings going forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, does that mean that we are still subjected to your approval as to when we meet?
I told you, I will work with the board on all those meetings. Dr. Johnson has recommended earlier all these meetings that I did not disagree with and agree with that. Dr. Johnson and I have talked about scheduling meetings, my being the lead in scheduling the meetings for hearings of cases next year.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that if majority of the board requests a meeting, we are not getting pushback or have to, practically beg to have a meeting.
The only pushback would be when the meeting should occur, and whether it is a emergency meeting or whether it qualifies as an emergency meeting. I mean, I want to have input on that.
Input, yes, but determining, no. Majority of the board gets to determine when we meet, correct?
Well, I have committed to work with the board and with the executive director on trying to get those things scheduled.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and we are all operating within the state code. And you said earlier that 2 members of the board can call a meeting. I'm just making sure that we're all on the same page.
The code states that 2 members of the board or the chairman can call a meeting.
Correct.
And there is I feel like an inconsistency in there as to who gets to name the time and date of the meetings. And I've asked the Attorney General for clarification on that as to who gets to call those meetings. And I have committed to work with the executive director and the members of the board to try and bring those meetings about as quickly as possible. So
I just want to make sure that we are not being obstructed whenever we would like to meet. If it doesn't meet your standards, then it feels like that's how it's been going. If you don't agree to it, then we all don't have a say, and that's not operating within the state code.
Well, I mean,
because if you refuse to post the meeting, then we find ourselves in the situation we were in last year, where majority of the board wanted to meet, and you basically obstructed us from being able to post the meeting on the website because your attendance is not required in order to have a meeting.
The reason that I did not agree to post it last year is that the advice of the Attorney General is so that meeting did not meet qualifications.
But then in turn it did. We found out that it did. Because you said that you based it off of us being there virtually, but then afterwards we met several times virtually.
No, it wasn't about that. It was about the time and the notification for the meetings.
We don't have to do a week-long notification to continue a meeting that we recessed. We never adjourned.
I'm just telling you that was the advice that I received last year from the Attorney General, and that's the reason I refused to post that last year, is because that's the advice that I had received from the Attorney General.
Okay, so going forward, are we going to be in a position where we are now subjected to you determining whether we can meet or not?
Whether we can meet or not, no. If 2 or more members of the board call for a meeting or the chair calls for a meeting, then there'll be a meeting take place. The question is who gets to name the time and date of the meeting. And like I said, I will work with the executive director and members of the board to find a time that is suitable for us to meet.
Mr. Chair, I believe I saw an email from you instructing Alex to not answer the phone calls on that July 10th, the day that we were supposed to come back from recess of the meeting, and I was out of town. You unilaterally adjourned the meeting.
I don't recall that email at all instructing her not to answer phone calls.
Well, I certainly recall being told that they were instructed not to answer our phone call because we each called.
I don't think you're going to find an email from me instructing her not to answer phone calls.
Are you sure?
If you have it, I don't.
So going forward, I think it's good that we'll work together on scheduling meetings and posting meetings. And I'd like for our executive director to have the authority to work with IT and have a meeting posted without several steps of approval from you and Ms. McGowan, and thus the IT personnel staff. It's, we have legal requirements for posting meetings, and this multi-step process is cumbersome at the very least and obstructive at the most.
And as of recently, Ms. McGowan in the Secretary of State's office feels as though they do not have to do anything unless they hear from you. I don't know where that came from, but I think that needs to be corrected. And that's what we're trying to do now, is establish some orders so that they understand that it's not only on you as to whether or not we post our meetings. You're not the final say here. It's the majority of the board. But there's a clear misunderstanding.
Is that a question?
Is it possible that Executive Director Mills can directly communicate with the IT staff to put a meeting on the website so it'll be properly posted in the proper amount of time?
I would like to retain the option to review things that are posted on behalf of this board.
You can review it, but we're talking about who actually puts in the call to do it. You can review just like every other board member. We're not taking that away.
Well, if I'm reviewing it, then I'm approving it before it gets posted. So, I don't want to review it after it's been posted. So
the board is approving it.
Well, I want the opportunity to review things that are posted on behalf of this
I'm
board.
trying to understand where this level of authority came from. Like, who gave this to you? Like, why do you feel as though it has to be on you to be the father of the board, and it's not until you approve it that we can move forward? There's a majority of the board here, and if we ask for something to be done, we shouldn't have to go through you to make that happen.
I understand your point.
But that's what we've been dealing with.
I understand.
And you're not supporting us by ensuring that Ms. McGowan and the Secretary of State's office or the IT department understands that it's not up to just you. It's up to the majority of the board. You're not supporting us on that.
I want to retain the right to review things that are put out on behalf of this board.
Mr. Chairman, the board has voted, and the majority of the board has made a decision. The board has voted and the majority of the board has made a decision. They're asking you to abide by that decision. Now, either you are going to say, okay, I abide by it, or you are going to say, I don't care what this board decides. I'm going to do what I want to do. They're asking you, and we're all asking you, as respectfully as we know how. How much more respectfully can we ask that when a majority decides? I don't know how we can ask that more respectfully.
I understand that. I have said that I would like to retain the option of reviewing things that are posted on behalf of this board as chairman of the board. Gazal, are you asking that of me also?
Yes.
Are you asking me to?
I think that as chair, that is the part of the authority of the chair. And I think that you are not authorized to speak on behalf of what the Secretary of State will or will not do. That's a decision that they will be making. I don't think that, I think it's unfair to ask of you to guarantee what the Secretary of State's office will or will not do.
We're not asking him to guarantee it. What we're asking is that he support the fact that when the majority of the board asks them to post, that the IT department does it. And I don't know, I mean, I'm not okay with being in a position where we have a strong chair that has created his own strength. None of us have voted to make him the voice of the board. Being the chairman doesn't mean that you are now determining whether or not what we asked you to do should be done or not. That's not how this is supposed to work. I mean, we don't have to support it, but again, it's the majority of the board. So if we ask to meet and it's during a time where majority of the board can meet, then it shouldn't fall on the chairman as to whether or not we can post it. That's a problem.
I read the statute to say that the chair determines the time and place of the meetings.
Executive Director Mills, do you have your statute?
Yes, I do. I mean, clearly the statute says that any two members of the board can call a meeting. You don't have to be a lawyer to understand that. It's plain English right here. They've tried to do that on numerous occasions. And Mr. Chairman, you have not followed through. And that's all this committee is asking you to do is follow the process of a committee. That's the way a committee operates.
Well, that's not exactly true.
That's not true about it.
It has not happened on numerous occasions. There were 2 occasions that happened last July.
That's numerous. That's more than one.
And this July, last July, I was following the guidance of the Attorney General's office. This July, they asked for call for a meeting. I said the meeting would take place at a regular scheduled meeting that we had scheduled for July a couple of weeks later. So I did not refuse to have the meeting. I said that we would have it on that date. So that was the reality of it.
Wait a minute.
And then
Don't deflect. You did refuse to have the meeting at the time the 3 members of this board asked you to have the meeting.
They asked to have the meeting.
Yes.
I set the time and date of the meeting. I said it on that particular date is what I did. So I didn't refuse to have the meeting. Also, the following week.
Yes, yes, you did. You refused to have the meeting. I mean, that's just, you're playing with words here, Mr. Chairman.
Refusing to post the meeting is refusing to have the meeting.
Correct.
And that's what happened.
And all we're saying is that going forward, do the will of the committee. I'm not gonna always get the will of the committee. There'll be times I'm sure I'll have to do things I don't necessarily like. And the same is true with everybody up here. But that's the will of the committee. That's the way a committee process works.
And at no time has majority of the board not asked every board member if they're available to meet, if this time works for you. So it's not as if we're just throwing dates out there. We are consulting with the entire board. We're just asking that the entire board, we work together as a board. And that if majority of the board comes to a consensus that they would like to meet, that you honor that and don't obstruct us or put us in a position where we're getting emails from the IT department or from the SOS attorney telling us that she can't do anything without your permission. I don't know where that came from, but that's absurd.
Mr. Chairman, you said that was a long-standing policy between the SCB and the SOS? When was that policy made?
I don't know. I know that the previous chairman and chairman prior to that had the same.
It's a different board. You got a different board now. You got a different chairman. You got a different executive director.
You asked me when it was made. I said that the previous chairman and chairman prior to that had the same
Now it's
understanding with
SOS
the
on the board.
with the Secretary of State's office. So.
Okay, so where is it in the minutes? Got an email?
Of course not.
Okay.
You asked me about the policy. I said that was the policy for the last couple of chairmen.
Make it up in your mind and say that it exists when it does not exist. And all we're asking is do the will of the committee. That's all, that's all. If a chairman is unwilling to do the will of the committee, the majority of the committee, then you have a dysfunctional chair. And that's the bottom line.
Yeah, there's a difference between policy and a practice. I understand that when the chairman was the Secretary of State, of course, that may have been the practice, but that's not a policy. And to force us to have to abide by a practice that you like because it supports you, but it puts us at a disadvantage is unfair. And all we're asking is to be able to meet whenever the majority of the board requests the time to meet. I don't understand why this is hard to understand or even accept. What is the benefit of having this power? Why are you holding on to it so strongly?
I'm committed to work with executive director and members of this board to meet whenever this board wanted to meet. That's as far as I'm going today on that commitment.
So you're unwilling to do the will of the committee, which has said that you relinquish that power. Mr. Chairman, that's dysfunctional. And I don't know why you have such a tight grip on you got to control everything, but that's not the way a committee process works. That's a one man or a one woman committee, and that's not what this is about. So I'm going to ask you again, are you willing to do the will of the committee, the will of the majority?
Mr. Executive, I've answered this question multiple times. I'm done answering this question. We can, you can keep asking.
He's going to continue to put us under his control.
I have answered the question. Will do as I said, and that's as far as I'm going today. So.
Okay, so let's go back to what you said earlier. You said there's a long-standing policy. Where's the policy?
Perhaps we can discuss this
Let's just
another time.
Yeah, he's not going to budge.
We have other business.
We will, but we need to just make note here that the chairman is unwilling to do the will of the majority of the committee. That's the summary. And you can be a man and accept that, or you can deny it. But that's the truth.
Yeah, I don't need you to sit up here and question my manhood. Okay?
Not questioning your manhood.
Yes, you are.
Not questioning your manhood. Do the will of the majority of the committee. And you shouldn't get upset about that. We're professionals.
That's questionable too. But are you ready to move on? Or do you want to keep beating this dead horse?
He's not going to do it. We have
I'd like to move on.
Dr. Johnson?
I'd like to move on.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is presentation of resolution to make recommendations to General Assembly.
That would be new business.
It's under. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm sorry. You're right.
Right.
New business, and the next item is the double voting cases.
Correct. Just the record. You asked for emails to document my request for looking for double voting cases. I have an email from December 29th, 2023 to Ms. McGowan at the Secretary of State's office and Blake Evans at the Secretary of State's office and the rest of our board asking, I said, the email states, the goal of voter list maintenance is to provide an accurate and current eligible voter list for each election so that every eligible person may vote once. The temptation and opportunity for voter fraud must be minimized by having a good voter list. Please provide the ERIC list of possible double voters from 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. Although every possible double voting incident should be investigated individually, the entire list may provide patterns or indicators that should be evaluated and reviewed. The response was from our chairman, our prior chairman, that this should be asked in an open records request, which it was. And the response was from the Secretary of State's office. The Secretary's office is required by law to keep the requested information confidential. And then a bland follow-up sentence, we would be happy to provide the board with information on the extensive list maintenance activities the election division has undertaken this year to ensure that Georgia has the cleanest voter rolls in the nation going into 2024. I asked again in an email that said, please provide the board the information on the extensive list maintenance activities the division has undertaken this year and last year. What do you mean by cleanest in the nation? According to Election Assistance Commission, Georgia is the 10th worst in the U.S. in voter roll measures. Georgia has more registered voters than the voting age population. How many possible double voters were found? Certainly the total number provided by ERIC is not confidential information. Best regards. And no response was given. So just for the record, there's been an interest in these double voters. There have been articles in the paper, the AJC, about double voting cases going directly to district attorneys after investigation and not being presented to the board first as a completed investigation. I'm glad that if they are confident that those investigations haven't provided enough evidence to refer directly to the district attorney. But you said in the article also in the paper that you thought it should be brought to the state election board, or at least the board informed first. And I appreciate that.
Any comments from the board on this topic?
No, I'm in agreement that we should be a part of this process because again, it's about checks and balances. We have no idea anything about where these cases came from, who these people are, why they selected, what did they do. I just think it's all about, again, creating checks and balances and not eliminating the state election board and what our duties are.
And it harkens back to the issue about case backlogs and whether these were in the case backlogs. Were they a part of the case backlogs? If we had had those case logs, perhaps we would have been directed to have these cases heard as a priority rather than what has been presented to the board.
Yeah, hopefully that won't be an issue much longer. I'm working to try and obtain access to those case logs at this time. So
thank you.
Any further comments about that? Next item on the agenda is insurance.
Yes, insurance. As the board knows, there have been some legal matters that we are dealing with, and that a particular board member is dealing with, which has made it evident to me that legal representation is not guaranteed by the state of Georgia for a volunteer appointed member of the state election board. And going forward, I'd like to ask the board to explore buying additional insurance for all board members when the state does not provide legal representation to a board member where legal action has been taken. It's called Directors and Officers Liability Insurance.
I would like to add that I absolutely think this is necessary. When I was brought onto the board, I was informed that, for one, you could not sue individuals, you had to sue the entire board. That turns out to not be true. And then secondly, that should we be sued, we would be represented by the Attorney General's office, which is not happening. I personally think that that is terrible that neither the Attorney General or the Governor's office is willing to represent Dr. Johnson. And so forcing her to have to come out of pocket to pay for her own legal expenses. And the reason being is because, and from what I was told, that the case was in reference to open records requests, and because she and I refused to hand over our password to our emails, then we don't deserve representation. And if something that minimal can put us in this type of predicament, we absolutely need to have some level of insurance while we are doing our duty in service to this state. So I am 100% in support of that.
Really best not to talk about any details of that legal action. However, the surprise, when I was appointed to the board, I reached out to the attorneys for Georgia, and asked specifically about legal coverage and indemnification. And I was reassured that, oh, nothing to worry about. You're covered. We're self-insured. Not a problem. Well, that is a problem, isn't it? Because it's optional. It's not required, and it's in the eyes of the beholder, right? The Attorney General's office, perhaps, or others, and it's not an automatic coverage. So I would like for us to explore that.
Any further comments relating to insurance? Next item on the agenda is an added item, a presentation of resolution to make recommendations to the General Assembly. Dr. Johnson?
Yes. So you can pass this down. So we've heard several cases yet again today about problems with absentee voting. It's a chronic problem. I've talked about this in the past. It's been presented before that absentee voting is the highest risk area of the electoral process that's going on in Georgia. Probably voter lists may be right up there with it also. And Georgia has no excuse absentee voting right now. And I would, we are tasked with making recommendations to the General Assembly for legislation to consider, and I would make a motion that this resolution be sent to the General Assembly for their consideration to end no excuse absentee voting. If you want, I'll read it.
1 moment.
So we were once again getting about 30 seconds notice before we're being asked to vote on something and forward it to the legislature. And that was not on the agenda until yesterday.
Correct.
Just want to make sure that's clear.
Right. We agreed that you would send a letter or compose a letter to go to the General Assembly concerning violations of sending multiple ballots. We haven't seen that letter.
Right,
We've already
because I
agreed
haven't
upon.
drafted it, and I will distribute it by email to the full board and we will have time to review and agree on it.
We agreed you should write it
Right.
and send it to us for review.
Okay. Then I would like to present this to the board and make a motion that we bring this up at the meeting in October.
Thank you.
So that board may review. And actually, for my fellow board members, this was proposed before.
I mean, there's no need to add a motion. You can add this to the agenda for the October meeting.
Great.
Any comments or questions on that?
Mr. Chairman, how did this just get added to the agenda of the October meeting? How did this just get added to the agenda of the October
Dr.
meeting?
Johnson asked that similar to any other board member wants to add a item to the agenda like we do for any other meeting. Dr. Johnson has just asked that this be added to the agenda of the October meeting.
Okay, I'm just asking about the process because it seemed to me that you just put it on the agenda with no vote, no consideration, no nothing.
Well, Dr. Johnson, along with other board members, add things to agendas all the time without a vote of the board. The board member adds things to the agenda. And so Dr. Johnson's asked that to be on the October agenda. And so, of course, Dr. Johnson's wishes will be granted. So
we'll put it
Thank
on
you.
there.
Thank you very much.
yes.
The second resolution recommendation for this board to consider for the General Assembly to consider is to require timely receipt of all ballots. And this specifically addresses the deadline for ballot receipt to be 7 p.m. on election day. And it includes uniformed and overseas citizen absentee voting, UOCABA ballots. Those are for the those people that live overseas and the military. Today, right now, we accept ballots 3 days after the election, after election day. And there's really no need to do that. 31 states have a deadline of 7 p.m. or the close of their polls on election day, 31 states. I think it's the best way to make sure there's a hard stop to the acceptance of ballots on election day. Oh, sorry. The only ballots that should be considered after 7 p.m. on election day are provisional ballots.
Do you want this added to the,
Yes, I would
October
like
agenda.
this added to the agenda.
Dr. Johnson's requested this be added to the October agenda.
What was that?
He just said that Dr. Johnson will add this to the agenda. October. Yeah.
And last,
Anything further?
one more.
Okay.
Lastly, the Election Assistance Commission in Washington is the agency that provides information and guidelines for election offices throughout the country. And from time to time, they undergo rulemaking. There's a petition to the Election Assistance Commission to revise the federal voter registration application to such that it will require proof of citizenship with that application. Currently today, proof of citizenship is not required with the federal voter registration application. It is required in Georgia, for voter registration in Georgia. So it is now in the rulemaking phase, and comments and letters are being received. I would like to, if you would like to study it, I'll send this information to you. But I would like for the board to, as a board, send a letter of support for this amendment to the the federal voter registration and application.
Dr. Johnson, if you would write a proposed letter to submit to the board to review.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may, will you include Dr. Johnston, will you include any of the federal court decisions that have enjoined this because it is an unlawful act by the EAC to change the underlying requirements according to federal law?
The EAC will, I'm sure they will consider and deliberate that.
I just want to make sure that the rest of the board understands that this has been enjoined by two separate federal courts so far as being not within the scope of what the EAC is authorized to do.
Then because all your comments, once Dr. Johnson writes a letter, your comments would be valuable to the board to consider.
Okay.
With the letter. So
Perfect. I can share that.
Mr. Chair.
Member King.
Going back to really quickly, going back to the insurance discussion, should we make a motion to have either Hope or Director Mills look into insurance costs and what it would look like so that we can?
I don't think a motion is necessary. I think that he can receive direction from the board to go ahead and look into it. And then if he finds a policy that's acceptable, then he can propose it to the board and the board can review it. And it'd be best if he found a policy to send it to the board for the board to review, and then we could add it to one of our monthly business meetings to consider.
Okay.
There's no necessary for a motion to.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have one final request. Since we're having a meeting in October, I would request that the board review and study the issue with, since we have a blue ribbon committee that is working its way around the state and they're talking and discussing election issues. I would like for the board to study up concerning the issue with the QR codes and the SB 189 and the deadline that is looming for next July. And in addition to that, consider all of the aspects of the electronic voting system, the risks, the security risks, that some of which has been talked about during this meeting, and see if we can have a discussion and perhaps ask the Secretary of State to provide some information to the board about what it has done to plan or to begin implementation for voting without the use of QR codes starting next July.
We can add that to the agenda, Dr. Johnson's request to discuss QR codes at the October meeting.
Would it be beneficial to invite maybe Blake Evans to come to the meeting just so that we can hear directly from the SOS office what their plan is?
Absolutely. Invitation can be made to whoever we deem is necessary to provide technical expertise for us.
Technical. Right. That's all.
Anything further on that topic?
No, thank you.
Next item on the agenda is discussion of pre-meeting.
Question, Mr. Chair. There was an email that over the last week or so, I think it was the last week, that from you that suggested there was a question about having pre-meetings, and I just did not understand that. Perhaps you could help me understand what that meant.
The pre-meeting is not a requirement of this board. The pre-meeting was simply something that was started prior to my time. I don't know when by who. In which the chairman would meet with the investigators and go over the proposed cases. There's been a lot of discussion about the last pre-meeting, and therefore I thought that there need to be some discussion at some point about what they need to look like going forward. So, and I'm not prepared to talk about that today. I just left that out there being open because I felt like there need to be some discussion about that. So. Any other questions about that?
Mr. Chairman, I'll just say that you may not be prepared to talk about it today, but your committee members brought it up. So does that mean just because you don't want to talk about it, just because you don't want to talk about it today, then we just won't talk about it? Is that what you're saying?
You can talk about anything that you want to talk about it. I'm not prepared to talk about it today, so please feel free to have the conversation if you'd like to.
Okay, thank you for permission. Meetings are very important because that, in my opinion, in just looking at this situation, that is where the real discussion should take place in regards to these cases, questions that you might have. It'll make the meetings flow much smoother if you have a really good pre-meeting. That's the whole purpose. That's why everybody before you has had a pre-meeting that I understand. And understanding is the only reason that this pre-meeting has become a question is because you had one without telling any of us, and we questioned you about it. And so now you're questioning, do we need to have pre-meetings going forward? And it just further demonstrates, if you don't get your way, then you'll just take the ball and go home, I guess. Pre-meetings are important. We should keep having them.
Are you finished?
Probably not, but I thank you for the courtesy.
Okay.
I think we've had a very successful 2-day meeting, heard 75 cases.
Well, we're not done yet.
Public comment. Public comment.
We have a rule. Did we do this rule petition? We're considering the number of voter list?
Withdraw that.
You withdrawing that? We do have public comment. How many people do we have to speak?
Looks like we got 11, but I think quite a few of them have already gone home.
Can you call out the list and see who's here?
I can. Well, thank you. I think somebody signed you up. But let's see, if you would we've got the Michael Beach, Don Hackney, Ken Wright.
Well, let's see, Michael Beach here. Don Hackney's here.
Okay. Mark Swanson.
Mark Swanson? Mark Swanson? No, you want to mark them off?
Mr. Bush. Eileen Nakamaru. Did I pronounce that right? Okay. Is Throp or Throop, okay. Marilyn Marks.
She's left.
Tamara Favorito, Garland Favorito, and Ralph O'Connor.
So that's about 14. It's about 14 minutes for the public comment. I would like to have a 5-minute comfort break, if that's okay. Thank you. We will resume in about 5 minutes. Thank you. Your gavel.
Go ahead.
Okay.
That was interesting ending, folks. So I would like to, I've discarded my comments I was going to make this afternoon. Please go back to the comments I made yesterday morning. It's about bylaws. If you had bylaws, you would have roles defined. You would have duties defined. You would be able to adjudicate these discussions you're having. It's because you still don't have bylaws or processes for doing things. And that's why we keep seeing these issues. I would just encourage you, please get that sort of thing done, because that's how this committee will be able to operate transparent for each of you, so you know what each other's responsible for. It doesn't work like this. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is this Don Hackney?
Yes.
I'm Don Hackney, a retired Atlanta attorney. I really wanted to talk today about voter challenges and the severe restrictions that the NVRA imposes on them. But I must instead comment on this morning's proposed rule. As a quick note, I'm not expressing an opinion on paper ballots. We were told that these last-minute proposals merely dealt with definitions, but in my view, they appear to be an attempt to make a major policy decision that is rightly before the General Assembly. The issue of paper ballots is the most significant and contentious issue that will likely be before the General Assembly, and this issue must be determined by it alone. Subsection 4A of the proposal, however, whether intentionally or not, appears to be a backhanded way to force the universal use of paper ballots. I can't imagine a more blatant violation of the eternal vigilance case. This provision can be read to force the counties to use paper ballots in all cases, a decision that is in the sole province of the General Assembly. It is not fair to portray this proposal as being just technical in nature. Next, let's talk about item 7. This rule would allow 3 members of this board to simply assert that the use of our current voting system violates the law and then demand the full use of paper ballots in all elections. This could lead to another attempt to take power from the General Assembly. My last point is that Section 21.281 is clearly a statute designed to address mechanical and technical malfunctions with election equipment that would require the use of paper ballots. So why are you being asked to insert monumental legal policies into these technical definitions? It is inappropriate to inject policy decisions into a statute that deals with equipment emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's see, is Ken Wright and Mark Swanson here? Okay, Ken Wright, is Ken here? Okay, Mr. Bush. And after him is Eileen Nakamura, but I believe she left. Liz Throop. She's gone. Okay, so next Marilyn Marks. Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Bush.
All right, my name is William Ware Bush. I am a proud 8th generation Georgia, and the consent of the governed matters a great deal to me. Last Thursday, I spent all day at the Blue Ribbon Commission meeting in Savannah on election integrity led by Tim Fleming, who's running for Secretary of State. My feeling was that Blue Ribbon Commission was really going to amount to nothing, that it was all performative. But in the days just before the meeting, the chessboard for elections in 2026 was rearranged by both alleged criminal Secretary of State Raffensperger announcing for the governor's office and his toady, alleged unindicted co-conspirator, Gable Sterling for Secretary of State. Let us not forget in the 2022 primary for Secretary of State, Raffensperger was in a four-man race. He had never polled greater than 18%, with one outlier of 39%. He needed 50% of the vote to avoid a runoff. During the election day, his vote total never fell below 50%, statistically impossible given the polling. At 7:30, when the last precinct reported, he immediately certified his 51% victory. Voter GA simultaneously sued to contest the contest. I asked Voter GA when would the hearing take place. I was told because it was a contested election action, it should be within 2 weeks. 3.5 years later, nothing, nada, no consequences for an alleged in-your-face steal. If the Blue Ribbon Commission and the legislature do nothing, it is assured that Gabriel Sterling is Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger is in the governor's office, and Brian Kemp has his buddy Derek Dooley in the U.S. Senate. The state election board needs to contact the White House and make clear what is true in Georgia.
Mr. Bush.
The executive branch, the judiciary, and the legislature will do essentially nothing to change the election system in Georgia. Therefore, call for a national emergency in elections to compel the states to accept elements of an extended executive order 14.248. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. I'm sorry. I'm trying to
It's okay, Jay.
abide by the rules.
I'm Liz Troop. Thanks for letting me speak. Blake Evans recently proposed holding enhanced voting audits for comparing readable text to QR code results as a way to comply with SB 189. But this wouldn't really be compliant. QR coded printouts come out of vulnerable computers and are not thoroughly checked by voters. The Secretary of State's own study showed very few voters even glanced at their printouts. So the readable text is not a reliable way to know voter intent. Any discrepancy between QR code results and the enhanced voting results would present a legal dilemma, as neither fulfills Georgia's definition of a vote. Outside vendor enhanced voting, interpreting readable text is unlikely to detect flaws or hacks, and this audit can't legally correct a flawed QR code outcome. Enhanced voting audits are an empty exercise and would be no substitute for hand-marked ballots. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Ms. Tamara Favorito, and then Mr. Garland Favorito after her.
I'm Tamara Favorito with Voter GA, which has led the election integrity movement in Georgia for nearly 20 years. I'm here today to counter some statements that were made at the August 28th House Election Study Committee meeting. Mr. Chairman, you told the committee, quote, "We have a great election system in Georgia. It's fair, it's honest, it's accurate, it's quick. We don't have a broken system. It does not need to be fixed," end quote. The truth is, Georgia conducts secretly counted elections using secret proprietary software and then secretly preserves the ballots. We have spent 4 years trying to get a copy of the 2020 Fulton County ballots, and Fulton is still fighting us despite our victory in the Georgia Supreme Court regarding standing. The system is not fair, it's not honest, and no one knows if it's accurate. It is broken, and it needs to be fixed.
You also attacked your own board when you said, quote, "Our job is to clarify law, not to create law. This doesn't need to be an activist board. This board needs to stay within its boundaries," end quote. The Georgia Supreme Court stated twice it would uphold all challenged rules had it not decided to change its 35-year precedent from a 1990 case. Therefore, the board did stay within its boundaries at the time, but you misled the committee. Please take a look at pages 3 and page 51 of the judge's ruling in the Eternal Vigilance case, and I'll forward it to you as a follow-up. Finally, you told the committee, quote, "Fraud isn't rampant like some would like you to believe," end quote. But July of last year, you heard 3 experts confirm SCB 2023-025's massive evidence of potential fraud involving Fulton County's handling of the 2020 election.
Time has expired. I'm sorry.
We've watched you do everything you can to prevent the fraud and irregularities from coming to light. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you said, quote, that the SOS office conducted an audit of every single ballot in Georgia by optically scanning the paper ballots. That's not true. The 2024 enhanced voting audit that you referred to, which was co-opted by the Secretary of State from the SCB, never analyzed a single ballot as the SCB intended. It instead only analyzed ballot images, not what the voters saw. We exposed that as a fake audit before it was ever approved by the legislature. Mr. Chairman, you also told the committee in Georgia we can count our votes accurately on election day and we can trust the results. But in May, you heard a DeKalb County attorney tell you that the voting system declared the wrong winners in the 2022 District 2 Commission primary, and only a hand count of the ballots after the candidate found the errors gave them the accurate results. Mr. Chairman, you also told, quoted, studies have shown that the machine counting of ballots is much more accurate and less error prone, whereas hand counting of ballots is much slower, produces more errors, and is more expensive. Well, that expensive original machine and recount of that DeKalb County race shorted the candidate 75% of the votes. There's never been a hand count that I know of that had a 75% error rate in the history of American elections. You further stated, "I'm a big believer that you have to listen to both sides of an argument, but before you have to make a decision," yet you refuse to hear the complainants of SCB 2022-348, the tabulation failure case, even after you received a letter from a complainant's attorney stating that you were potentially violating OCGA 501313. You further said, in conclusion, "Everywhere I go, voters are happy." Mr. Chairman, every state election board meeting, you hear from many unhappy voters who are concerned about the voting system. The committee needed to hear those facts, Mr. Chairman, and you're entitled to an opinion, but that doesn't give you a license to gaslight that committee.
All right, Mr. Ralph O'Connor.
Afternoon. My name's Ralph O'Connor, Fulton County voter. Yesterday's meeting, there was discussion involving cases where a voter's residential address turned out to be a commercial address reported by DDS, and there was some question about DDS has lower standards. Turns out DDS has almost exactly the same standards as voter registration does. I've seen their law, but I couldn't find it. I think it's in OCGA 40-5-33. Couldn't find it this morning, but I did find on their website under their FAQs for driver license changes, question, "Can I use my PO box as my address?" Answer A, yes, your PO box can be used as your mailing address. Please note a verifiable residential address must be provided for your records. B, the PO box can be printed on a regular license or ID and mailed to the PO box, but you must request that your PO box you must request that your PO box be printed on your regular license. The residential address is the default address. When I renewed my driver's license a few weeks ago, they gave me this printout instead of a temporary license till my permanent one arrived. This clearly has a space on it for permanent residential address and mailing address. So I recommend in the future, when you have cases like this, the investigators get something like this, which clearly shows the person's intent. Did they intentionally put a UPS store address as a residential address, which means they're not only violating election code, they're probably violating the motor vehicle code as well, which would be fraud for property tax, whatever. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you very much. And let me apologize to those of you that I have to be mean to hit the gavel on. I know 2 minutes is a short amount of time, and what you say this committee values. So thank you for your public comments, Mr. Chair.
Any further comments from this board? Chair, entertain a motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
In opposition, hearing no opposition, so move. This meeting adjourned.
Are you?
I probably that I will definitely this done properly is the last subpoena where properly. And so I just want to run by